The UPSC CSE arena is an ever-evolving space where staying up to date becomes as crucial as maintaining a thorough preparation. With strategic planning and holistic coverage for exam syllabus, Vision IS Delhi presents GS Foundation course. Avail analysis and integration of current affairs with GS syllabus. All India test series with an innovative assessment system, inculcating post-test analysis, discussion, all India ranking, and more. Explore the holistic learning modules intrinsically designed for the ideal aspirant.
So hello, good afternoon. Let's get started. Today we are discussing the optional paper from UPSC Civil Service main examination for political science and international relations. We will be discussing paper 2. So if you look at, first of all, political science and international relations as an optional, it remains a popular optional. Second, in terms of result, also you will find among the selected candidates political science to be a common optional. So certainly it is popular. Second, the nature of optional papers in general in UPSC has been predictable. But this is most importantly the case with political science. Thematically, it can be predicted what kind of questions, certainly in terms of areas, UPSC is going to ask, right? But it is not only based on prediction. The paper also shows that you should be in the practice of writing answers. Ultimately, it's an answer writing enterprise. So you know how do you organize your thoughts and ideas and how do you use relevant elements in your answer. That is the challenge, that would remain the challenge even if the paper is simple or the paper is difficult. So as far as the difficulty level of the paper is concerned, the paper is not difficult barring a few questions. For example, in compulsory, one question which was an outlier, the questions are pretty much predictable, right? So thereby the difficulty level in terms of content is the same, right? It is easy to write answers. It means that you would find questions, everyone will find questions in the paper that they can pick and choose and answer, right? But then when paper's nature is such, score pattern would again become bracketed, let's say in 250, 260 range. So that's why the choice of question and how you have written your answer, meaning your actual writing skills, would be the ultimate determinant of how much you score in this paper, right? Because very few people would be there who would say that I am not able to answer the questions which were asked in this paper. So what we'll do today is, we'll try to ascertain, were we looking at these kinds of questions, the probability of these kinds of questions coming in the examination from current affairs or from in general, for example, let's say in Vision IS test series, were we looking at these things? Second, what would be the elements of the answer to these kinds of questions, right? These are the things that we will do. So let's start it with the first question itself. The first question was an outlier, so a bit in detail, the first question is about comparative politics. And generally, if you would see, the trend is that UPSC starts with questions on comparative politics. Secondly, if you would see in section A, this year, you would find the imprint of comparative politics, right? Major theoretical approaches of IR, which is another element of this section, is slightly less as compared to the concerns of comparative politics. So section A, in a sense, if you look at least the compulsory questions and the first few questions, seems to be dominated by comparative politics. And to start with, I would say that it is in general comparative politics which people find to be less interesting, people find to be difficult. So suggestion is very simple, that by and large in questions in comparative politics are predictable. But one question, which is this, was an outlier, right? So one, you prepare on the basis of standard sources, whatever standard sources you have. And I would always say that a source like IGNOU is still relevant, because that gives you the compilation of the widest range of topics. So you should first identify what your standard source is going to be. Through that, you would be able to answer most of the questions. Now about the outlier. So this was an outlier, but if you have an idea that in comparative politics there has been a debate, that there is a traditional approach to comparative politics, there is a modern approach to comparative politics. Then in political science, there is a general debate on methodology, right? Some people would like to make science of politics, and some people would say that politics cannot be made into a pure science. So if you are aware of this debate, you would understand that those who are saying that interpretation is the method are basically coming from two sources. One, that the source of political science lies in subjects like history, philosophy, law, which require interpretation. All right. So that is one source. Second, they are coming from the point of reaction to the idea of political science becoming a science, or politics or study of politics should become a science. So behaviorism or systems approach, they were the height of this approach. So after that, some theoreticians are saying that these are not enough. The rationalist approach is not enough. The scientist approach is not enough. What we need to do is we need to have contingent inquiries. We need to be contextual in understanding what is happening. So now we can say that these people are coming from postmodernism. Their point of departure is postmodernism. All right, deconstruction. And their point of departure then is that the debate is about what are commonly accepted facts, but even when there are commonly accepted facts, the interpretation of those commonly accepted facts can be different. All right. So this is basically what the point of departure is. So how do you start? You start in the questions where your knowledge is limited by as simply as possible, right? Don't write big sentences. Don't write a story which you are not in control of. When you are writing a story about which you know less, try to write less, right? That's the most important suggestion, right? अगर आपने अंदाजा लगा लिया तो भी, तो बेसिकली क्या होना चाहिए था इसमें? तो पहला तो ये जो है, ये डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन क्यों है? क्योंकि ये मेन स्ट्रीम नहीं है, इस क्वेश्चन में नॉवेल्टी है, ये किसी भी मेन स्ट्रीम सोर्स में डायरेक्टली नहीं मिलता है, राइट? तो यूपीएससी ऐसे क्वेश्चन आपको दे सकता है, वहां पे भी कॉमन सेंस लगाना है कि मोस्ट प्रोबेबल आंसर इसका क्या हो सकता है, राइट? डायरेक्ट आंसर बहुत कम लोगों ने इसका लिखा होगा. डायरेक्ट आंसर क्या होगा? तो वन, पॉलिटिकल साइंस का ओरिजिन जो है, इज इट इन हिस्ट्री, लॉ, फिलोसफी, एंड इंटरप्रिटेशन इज एन इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट ऑफ दीज सब्जेक्ट्स, राइट? तो आप पढ़ते होंगे ना पॉलिटिकल साइंस एंड अदर सब्जेक्ट्स, पॉलिटिकल साइंस एंड इकोनॉमिक्स, पॉलिटिकल साइंस एंड फिलोसफी. तो मेथोडोलॉजी आप देखते होंगे कहीं ना कहीं से ड्रॉ की है, जो भी पॉलिटिकल साइंस या पॉलिटिक्स के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं. तो पहला तो ये. दूसरा, आप ये कह सकते हैं कि भाई इट ड्रॉज फ्रॉम वर्क्स इन सोशियोलॉजी, एंथ्रोपोलॉजी, फॉर एग्जांपल क्लिफोर्ड गिब्स, जो मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट नेम है इंटरप्रेटिविस्ट मेथोडोलॉजी को हाईलाइट करने का इन सोशल साइंसेस, इन ह्यूमैनिटीज, दैट इज क्लिफोर्ड गिब्स इन एंथ्रोपोलॉजी थ्रू हिज फील्ड स्टडी, राइट? एथनोग्राफी जैसा कहते हैं. तो ये सारे मेथड्स. दूसरा हम देखेंगे पोस्ट स्ट्रक्चरलिस्ट, पोस्ट मॉडर्निस्ट. फॉर एग्जांपल फूको is talking about deconstruction, talking about power and discourse, talking about you cannot understand politics or what is happening in society or actions or choices by simply looking at institutions or simply looking at formal structures. आपको उसके beyond जाना पड़ेगा. तो ये पोस्ट मॉडर्निस्ट, पोस्ट स्ट्रक्चरल आर्ग्यूमेंट है. तो आपका स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट यहाँ से हो सकता था कि इसका रूट क्या है, कहाँ से आता है. या आप बहुत सीधे सीधे लिख सकते हैं कि इंटरप्रेटिव अप्रोच स्टडीज बिलीव्स, आइडियाज और डिस्कोर्सेस, बिलीव्स, आइडियाज और डिस्कोर्सेस, इस पे इसका फोकस है. अब आपको कोई कोट देना चाहे, अगर आपको पता होता तो आप कोट देते. तो फॉर एग्जांपल ये रीसेंट स्कॉलर हैं RAW रोड्स, ही हैज रिटन बुक्स on this subject. He is saying an interpretive approach to political science provides account of actions and practices that are interpretations of interpretations, right? Why we do certain things is based on how we look at the world around us. हम क्या समझते हैं रूल्स लॉज इस सारी चीज़ों से. तो यानी कि अगर आपको पॉलिटिक्स समझनी है तो आपको समझना पड़ेगा कि जो लोग पॉलिटिकल एक्शन ले रहे हैं वो कैसे देखते हैं दुनिया को, वो कैसे रूल्स को देखते हैं, वो कैसे इंस्टीट्यूशंस को देखते हैं. तो आप इसके बिना फॉर्मल रूल्स के बेसिस पे पॉलिटिक्स को नहीं समझ सकते, राइट? मैं हिंदी में इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ कि ये बहुत एक तरह से एब्स्ट्रैक्ट आर्ग्यूमेंट हो जाते हैं, पोस्ट मॉडर्निस्ट और पोस्ट स्ट्रक्चरल आर्ग्यूमेंट में हम जहाँ तक जाने लगे. तो ये इनका कहना है. दूसरा अगर आप देखेंगे तो दो मेन स्टैंड मिलेंगे आपको. किसके? इंटरप्रेटिव अप्रोच के. कौन से दो स्टैंड है? तो यानी कि अब आपने क्या किया, क्लासीफाई कर दिया. ये दो ब्रॉड तरीके हैं. पहला, ह्यूमैनिटीज़ के अंदर हिस्ट्री जैसे सब्जेक्ट से जो लोग आए हैं या जो उस मेथोडोलॉजी को मानते हैं वो बात कर रहे हैं फेनोमेनोलॉजी की, ऑलराइट, हार्मेन्यूटिक्स की, राइट? अगर आप पॉलिटिकल साइंस पढ़ रहे हैं तो मेथड्स में कभी ना कभी आपने ये वर्ड सुना होगा, राइट? तो ये इसको मेथोडोलॉजिकली एम्फेसाइज कर रहे हैं. दूसरा, वो लोग जो कि इंटरप्रेटिव थ्योरी के उस आयाम से आ रहे हैं, उस एस्पेक्ट से आ रहे हैं जहाँ पे देयर इज अ डिसइल्यूजनमेंट विद द साइंटिफिक एम्स और क्लेम्स ऑफ बिहेवियरिज्म, स्ट्रक्चरलिज्म, कि ये पार्शियल इंक्वायरी है, इससे पूरा नहीं समझा जा सकता. तो ये पोस्ट स्ट्रक्चरलिस्ट और पोस्ट मॉडर्निस्ट लोग हैं. अब आप जो आपने ये समझा दिया, कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइज कर दिया, तो आपको क्या करना है, आपको मेन कुछ ऐसे पॉइंट्स बता देने हैं जो एकदम कॉन्क्रीट पॉइंट्स. तो जो इंटरप्रेटिविस्ट अप्रोच है, दैट प्रिविलेजेस वे टू ग्रास्प एक्शन. इसका फोकस किस पे? मीनिंग पे. किसी चीज का मतलब क्या होता है, राइट? लोग कैसे समझते हैं उसको. वो कहते हैं कि ऑब्जेक्टिविटी arises from criticizing and comparing rival interpretation about agreed facts. और वो तीसरा कह रहे हैं, अब और कॉम्प्लेक्स आर्ग्यूमेंट आ गया कि भाई क्या डिफरेंस है इस अप्रोच और कन्वेंशनल अप्रोच में. तो यहाँ पे ये कहा जा रहा है कि कोई भी क्लेम फाइनल नहीं है, ऑलराइट? साइंस नहीं हो सकता, राइट? सो ऑल इंटरप्रिटेशंस आर प्रोविजनल. ये इनका कहने का 3-4 पॉइंट इनका मतलब है, राइट? अब आप एग्जाम्पल दे देंगे कौन से ऐसे काम है, कौन से ऐसे स्कॉलर्स हैं. तो इंटरप्रेटिविस्ट अप्रोच अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा है, राइट? ये मेथड से रिलेटेड है. तो आप देखेंगे कुछ एग्जाम्पल आप दे सकते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, लॉयड एंड सुजन रुडोल्फ. इफ यू हैव स्टडीड इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स or studies on caste and politics in India, one of the initial studies in 1960s was that of Rudolph and Rudolph, for example in Pursuit of Lakshmi. तो वो क्या कर रहे थे इंडिया के अंदर? आप उनको कंपैरेटिविस्ट के रूप में देख सकते हैं. वेस्टर्न स्कॉलर्स कमिंग टू इंडिया टू अंडरस्टैंड इंडियन पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम, राइट? सो देयर अप्रोच इज सिचुएटेड नॉलेज अप्रोच. तो एक ये है इंटरप्रेटिविस्ट अप्रोच का एग्जाम्पल, राइट? दूसरा आप बात कर सकते हैं एग्जाम्पल के अलावा बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल हो सकते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, जिन लोगों ने एथनिक कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स को स्टडी किया है, राइट? जेम्स स्कॉट फॉर एग्जाम्पल. अब इसके अलावा आप तीसरा पॉइंट दे सकते हैं रिलेवेंस. सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल, लॉरेन बेयार्ड डिवोलो, शी इज ऑल्सो अ रीसेंट scholar on this, and she is saying great virtue of interpretive approach in comparative politics is that it delivers surprise unearthed by being there, being on the ground, all right? और दूसरा, माइकल बरोवे, ये कह रहे हैं कि इंटरप्रेटिविस्ट एक्सेस इनसाइडर्स पर्सपेक्टिव, लोकल मीनिंग, लोकल नॉलेज टू प्रोड्यूस एक्सटेंडेड केस स्टडीज. बरोवे का एक्सटेंडेड केस स्टडी ये इंटरप्रेटिविस्ट तरीका है. और एक रुडोल्फ एंड रुडोल्फ का सिचुएटेड नॉलेज अप्रोच, ये कंपैरेटिव पॉलिटिक्स में इंटरप्रेटिविस्ट अप्रोच का एग्जाम्पल है. तो आपको एग्जाम्पल देना था. अब उसके बाद क्या करना है आपको? टाइम बचा तो आप क्रिटिसाइज कर सकते हैं. क्रिटिसाइज कैसे कर सकते हैं? तो भाई इन सारी चीज़ों के बारे में क्रिटिसिज्म बहुत कॉमन होता है, राइट? जो भी लोग सिंपल फैक्ट्स के बियॉन्ड जाने की बात करते हैं कि सिंपल फैक्ट्स से हम चीज़ों को नहीं समझ सकते, मीनिंग से समझेंगे, उनके बारे में ये जो क्रिटिसिज्म बहुत कॉमन है, राइट? कि ये तो कॉमन सेंसिकल है, राइट? ये अप्रोच बहुत सोफिस्टिकेटेड नहीं, इट इज अबाउट कॉमन सेंस. दूसरा है, इट इग्नोर्स द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ सोशल स्ट्रक्चर, ऑलराइट? और तीसरा है कि इसका कंट्रीब्यूशन बहुत लिमिटेड है बिकॉज इट डजंट सीक टू एक्सप्लेन, इट सीक्स टू अंडरस्टैंड, ऑलराइट? इट इज नॉट गिविंग यू ग्रैंड मॉडल्स जो आप हर जगह अप्लाई कर पाए. इट इज ओनली सीकिंग टू अंडरस्टैंड कि व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इन अ पर्टिकुलर सोसाइटी. तो इस तरह से आपने क्रिटिसाइज कर दिया और आपका कंक्लूजन यही होगा कि भाई जो भी है इसका यूज है. सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल, यूज ये है कि भाई बहुत से जो रैशनलिस्ट स्कॉलर्स थे, दे ऑल्सो स्टार्टेड यूजिंग इंटरप्रिटेशन टू कंप्लीट देयर वर्क. आपने पढ़ा होगा फैक्ट वैल्यू डाइकोटॉमी, राइट? सो सम पीपल आर सेइंग ओनली फैक्ट्स, सम पीपल आर सेइंग ओनली वैल्यूज. बट आप देखते होंगे कि जो पोस्ट बिहेवियरलिस्ट अप्रोच है वो कहता है ब्रिंगिंग वैल्यूज एंड फैक्ट्स टुगेदर. सो बाय एंड लार्ज पॉलिटिकल साइंस एक बहुत ब्रॉड प्रोसेस है. आपने उसकी मोटी मोटी बात समझ ली है तो आप पर्टिकुलर इंस्टेंस में भी उसको लागू कर सकते हैं. तो बेसिकली यही है कि भाई इट हेल्प्स इन कॉम्प्लीमेंटिंग द वर्क ऑफ रैशनलिस्ट, ऑलराइट, एंड देयर बाय इट हेल्प्स इन अराइविंग एट डीपर इंसाइट्स अबाउट पर्टिकुलर केसेस. अफ्रीका में इंसर्जेंसी समझना है, स्टेट बिल्डिंग समझना है, स्टेट फेलियर समझना है पर्टिकुलर केस के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, तो आपको इंटरप्रेटिविस्ट अप्रोच अपनाना पड़ेगा. तो बेसिकली दिस वाज द जर्नी. यू ईदर गो थ्रू द बैकग्राउंड कि कहाँ से ये आता है, हु वर द मेन स्कॉलर्स बिहाइंड दिस आइडिया, क्या फोकस है इस आइडिया का, व्हाट इज द फोकस ऑफ दिस अप्रोच, क्या कोई एग्जाम्पल्स हैं जो आप दे सकते हैं, और अल्टीमेटली क्या इसका रिलेवेंस है, राइट, क्या इसके क्रिटिसिज्म है, और आप कंक्लूड करेंगे कि भाई इसका एक लिमिटेड रोल तो है. आप कंप्लीटली रिजेक्ट किसी चीज़ को नहीं करते, इसलिए क्रिटिसिज्म से खत्म नहीं करते, उसके बाद आप खत्म करते हैं कि हाँ भाई इसका एक लिमिटेड यूज है. ठीक है, तो ये हो गया आपका इंटरप्रेटिविस्ट अप्रोच. द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन इन दिस ईयर्स पेपर. द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन क्यों? बिकॉज ऑफ दिस नॉन मेन स्ट्रीम टॉपिक, नॉवेल्टी, नॉट फाउंड इन मेन स्ट्रीम पॉपुलर सोर्सेस, और सिंपल सिलेबस समझ के या प्रीवियस ईयर्स क्वेश्चन देख करके भी you would not have been able to come to this question. So what is the learning? You be prepared for such kind of questions with the understanding that if you have done your preparation earnestly, honestly, तो अगर आपको ये नहीं आता क्वेश्चन तो इसका मतलब है कि आपके सारे अच्छे कॉम्पिटिटर्स को भी ये क्वेश्चन नहीं आता. सो देन व्हाट डू? यू मिनिमाइज योर लॉसेस. इसलिए मैंने कहा कि कम लिखो इस तरह के क्वेश्चन में. डोंट मेक अननेसेसरी स्टोरी. सिंपल सिंप्लीफाइड वर्जन में जो लिख सकते हो लिखो, कम से कम लिखो ताकि ईमानदारी के नंबर मिल जाए, क्योंकि ये क्वेश्चन ही पहला है पेपर में. ऑलराइट, चलिए आगे चलते हैं. तो हमारी टेस्ट सीरीज में भी हम कल्चरल अप्रोच, पॉलिटिकल सोशियोलॉजी अप्रोच, पॉलिटिकल इकोनॉमी अप्रोच के बारे में बात कर रहे थे, बट डायरेक्टली इस तरह का कोई आइडिया नहीं था. सेकेंड क्वेश्चन अब यहाँ से शुरू हो जाता है, वो क्वेश्चन जो हाईली प्रिडिक्टेबल हैं. PYQ देख के भी आपको समझ में आ जाएगा. विश्व व्यवस्था सिद्धांत, एक्सप्लेन द सेंट्रल टेनेट्स ऑफ वर्ल्ड सिस्टम्स थ्योरी, राइट. Could we have predicted it? Yes, on the basis of two things. One, looking at the syllabus. Two, applying the syllabus to previous year's question. कि भाई from comparative politics, what kind of questions is UPSC asking? Let's say if there is political economy approach in comparative politics, what are its major examples? So world systems theory is clearly one major example, right? तो predictable इसलिए भी था कि look at the question asked in test 2547. आप कोई भी टेस्ट दे रहे होंगे, द पर्पस इज समटाइम्स यू आर राइटिंग आंसर्स ऑन ओवरलैपिंग थीम. ओवरलैप होगा ही होगा, राइट, बिकॉज बहुत ट्रेडिशनल और हाईली प्रेडिक्टेबल इन टर्म्स ऑफ थीम सब्जेक्ट है ये, राइट. सो ये क्वेश्चन था टेस्ट सीरीज में. वर्ल्ड सिस्टम्स हैव अ डिस्टिंक्टिव लाइफ साइकिल, अ बिगिनिंग, अ मिडिल एंड एन एंड. एक्सप्लेन दिस इन द कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ इमानुएल वॉलस्टीन एनालिसिस ऑफ द मॉडर्न वर्ल्ड सिस्टम. सो टेस्ट दे रहे हो तो दो चीजें हो सकती हैं. टेस्ट इसलिए नहीं दिया जाता कि डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन आ जाएगा. थीमेटिक ओवरलैप हमेशा होगा. क्वेश्चन पर्टिकुलर यूपीएससी क्या पूछेगा वो अंतर हो सकता है, बट इस आंसर में जो चीज़ें आएंगी वही इस आंसर में भी चीज़ें आएंगी. दूसरा, आप कोट सीख सकते हैं प्रैक्टिस करने से, है ना. तो ये एक कोट है अबाउट वॉलस्टीन्स व्यू ऑन वर्ल्ड सिस्टम्स, दैट इट्स अ हिस्टोरिक फेनोमेनन. ऑलराइट. और दूसरा बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ है, वॉलस्टीन भी इंटरप्रेटिविस्ट मेथोडोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, राइट, इन जनरल. सो ये बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग लगा मुझे कि इंटरप्रेटिविस्ट अप्रोच के तुरंत बाद वर्ल्ड सिस्टम्स अप्रोच पूछ लिया. ऐसे बहुत कम स्टूडेंट होते हैं जिनके इनके बारे में पता नहीं होता, राइट. सो fairly straightforward to answer. One, you start by a very simple definition और डिस्क्रिप्शन ऑफ वर्ल्ड सिस्टम अप्रोच. जैसे यहाँ हमने लिख दिया, वर्ल्ड सिस्टम थ्योरी refers to an interpretive framework within the political economy approach. It seeks to explain the dynamics of the capitalist world economy as a total social system. ये एक तरीका हो गया लिखने का, ऑलराइट. और कई तरीके हो सकते हैं. द आइडिया इज कॉपी नहीं करना, ये सीखना है कि भाई फंक्शन क्या होता है. तो इंट्रोडक्शन में आप डिफाइन करके बहुत ब्रीफली आगे बढ़ सकते हैं. दूसरा, आपको क्या करना है, एज क्विकली एज पॉसिबल कम टू दी main scholars, right, who are directly related. So by and large, world systems approach is located within the neo-Marxist approach. it is located within the critique to modernization theories. Modernization theories के critique के रूप में इसको देख सकते हैं. And you would see that it borrows the elements from earlier work. For example, यहाँ पे एक scholar का नाम लिखा है Fernando Henrique Cardozo. Right? He is one of the initial scholars in the dependency school who had significant impact on Wallerstein. Right? It is rooted in previous works like the dependency approach, the development of underdevelopment approach, and scholars like Henrique Cardozo और जो सब जानते हैं Andre Gunder Frank. Right? These are the scholars who are talking in this term, in these systemic terms. Right? And then you would see later on Wallerstein and Samir Amin. These are some of the important people who take forward this framework. ठीक है, but mainly world systems approach is identified, but nothing is in isolation. Everything is part of a tradition. So you would see, for example, then idea क्या है, Wallerstein क्या कहता है कि ये world system है क्या, right? So यहाँ पे एक लिखने का तरीका है. Wallerstein 1974 में एक आर्टिकल लिखते हैं, उसमें लिखते हैं world system is a multicultural territorial division of labor in which the production and exchange of basic goods and raw materials is necessary for the everyday life of its inhabitants. It's a social system in which what is happening, there is division of labor, there is exchange of goods which is taking place, right? दूसरा जो बहुत common phenomenon है जो सबको पता है कि भाई ये scheme क्या है, ये world system के parts क्या हैं. So the classification is this: the world system comprises of cores, peripheries, semi-peripheries. All right, and what is happening? There is interaction happening between these units. There is a relation between these units. What kind of relation? So core is developed because it has easier access to the resources from the periphery. So periphery is providing raw material. Core is in the lead when it comes to production, the production process, right? So what is semi-periphery doing? So in the earlier dependency approach, there was only this twofold classification, right? Core and periphery, that either there are core countries or periphery countries. So Wallerstein adds a degree of sophistication by saying that there are intermediary countries which display the features of both core. They are connected with the core. They also display the feature of the periphery. They are connected with the periphery. They are acting as a buffer, as an intermediary. All right. And with the help of the semi-periphery, the core is able to ensure its dominance. Right. So this is the process which is going on. Right. तो आपको ये elements निकाल के दिखा देने और आपको ये बहुत clearly दिखाना है कि world systems approach के अंदर सेमी पेरिफेरी एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट है, राइट? सेमी पेरिफेरी का इंट्रोडक्शन वर्ल्ड सिस्टम्स अप्रोच ऑफ वॉलरस्टीन के अंदर होता है. ठीक है, अब ये जो है सेल्फ परपिचुएटिंग सिस्टम है, ये ऐसे ही चलता रहता है और इसका अल्टीमेटली जैसा इस क्वेश्चन में लिखा था, देयर इज अ बिगिनिंग, देयर इज अ मिडिल, देयर इज एन एंड. इसका कोलैप्स इनएविटेबल है, राइट? इट वुड कोलैप्स बिकॉज ऑफ इट्स ओन इंटरनल कॉन्ट्राडिक्शंस. सो देन जब आपने एक्सप्लेन कर लिए सारे एलिमेंट्स, एक्सप्लेन कर लिए थ्रू द हेल्प ऑफ द स्कॉलर्स एंड द बुक्स, व्हाट यू डू, यू ट्राई टू टॉक अबाउट इट्स रिलेवेंस. सो वन, इट प्रोवाइडेड एन ऑल्टरनेटिव टू द ट्रेडिशनल मॉडर्नाइजेशन अप्रोच. ये एक रिलेवेंस बताने का तरीका होता है, राइट? कि मॉडर्नाइजेशन अप्रोच को एक काउंटरफॉइल प्रोवाइड किया. दूसरा, क्रिटिसिज्म. सो इसको क्रिटिसाइज किया जाता है फॉर इट्स सिंपल इकोनॉमिक रिडक्शनिज्म, डिटर्मिनिज्म, कि ऐसा होता है और ऐसा होगा. ऑलराइट, इसलिए इसको क्रिटिसाइज किया जाता है. एंड अल्टीमेटली यू एंड बाय सेइंग दैट ये जो वे ऑफ थिंकिंग है, वे ऑफ लुकिंग एट द वर्ल्ड है, ये रिलेवेंट है टू सर्टेन एक्सटेंट. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इट्स इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ द सेमी पेरिफेरी एक्सप्लेन्स और फिट्स इन, ब्रिंग्स इन the role of rising economic powers, right? Something which has happened after 1990s, rise of China, rise of India, right? अब इस मॉडल में सेमी पेरिफेरी है, इसलिए हम यहाँ पे इन पावर्स के राइज को समझ सकते हैं. दूसरा, हाउ हैज द प्रोसेस लाइक ग्लोबलाइजेशन फ्लरिश्ड, वेंट अबाउट, इसको समझने में भी वर्ल्ड सिस्टम्स अप्रोच मदद करता है, राइट? सो आपका आंसर क्या होता है? व्हाट इज योर आंसर? योर आंसर इज अ पैकेज, ऑलराइट? पैकेज ऑफ डाइवर्स थिंग्स. सिंपल नॉलेज का शोकेस करना नहीं होता है ना, यानी कि आप यहाँ इसमें पूरा डिटेल में वॉलरस्टीन की थ्योरी ही लिखना नहीं है आपको. आपको उसको अलग अलग एलिमेंट्स में तोड़ के लिखना है कि भाई व्हाट इज द थ्योरी मेनली अबाउट, सेकंड वेयर इज इट कमिंग फ्रॉम, व्हाट एलिमेंट्स इज इट बेस्ड ऑन, थर्ड व्हाट इज इट्स मेन एम्फेसिस, फोर्थ व्हाट कैन बी इट्स रिलेवेंस, आर देयर एनी क्रिटिसिजम्स, एंड फाइनली अ सिंपल introduction conclusion which is in a way organic, in a way not too much negative. आपका आंसर पूरा लगना चाहिए, राइट, सेंस ऑफ कंप्लीशन होना चाहिए आपके आंसर में. सो नोबडी राइट्स परफेक्ट आंसर्स, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड दिस. द पीपल हु स्कोर वेल देयर आंसर्स हैव अ सेंस ऑफ कंप्लीशन. उन्होंने इस बात को समझ लिया है कि ये केवल नॉलेज दिखाने का एग्जाम नहीं है कि मैंने वर्ल्ड सिस्टम्स अप्रोच पढ़ लिया, अब आंसर आएगा तो मैं केवल वर्ल्ड सिस्टम्स अप्रोच के बारे में लिखूंगा. आंसर में लिखना आपको जो मेन कंटेंट है उसके अलावा भी कुछ और चीज़ें हैं. ये बात आपको बहुत क्लियरली प्रैक्टिस से समझ में आ जानी चाहिए. चलिए क्वेश्चन नंबर सी. सो अब लोग पूछते हैं कि भाई जीएस में और ऑप्शनल में क्या अंतर है. ये क्वेश्चन दिखाता है क्या अंतर है. देखो आइडियली अगर जीएस में ये क्वेश्चन पूछना है तो दिस क्वेश्चन वुड बिकम अ क्वेश्चन ऑफ वर्ल्ड हिस्ट्री, ऑलराइट. पर ये क्वेश्चन कहाँ पे आया, पॉलिटिकल साइंस एंड इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस, राइट. तो दो बेसिस होते हैं उसको आंसर करने के. वन, अ ट्रेडिशनल वे ऑफ लुकिंग एट इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस थ्रू थ्योरेटिकल अप्रोचेस, और टू, करंट अफेयर्स, ऑलराइट. इसके कॉम्बिनेशन से आप ये आंसर लिख सकते हैं. तो पहला तो जिस भी इस तरह के क्वेश्चन में ऐसा कॉमेंट लिखा है, आप ये समझ लो कि उसमें आपको ये बताना है कि ये एक व्यू है, दिस इज अ व्यू, दिस इज अ पर्टिकुलर व्यू अबाउट व्हाट इज हैपनिंग. सो इफ एनीवन होल्ड्स दिस व्यू, व्हाट आर द रीजंस व्हाई, राइट. सेकंड, आपको ये दिखाना है कि हाउ दिस इज नॉट अ कंप्लीट व्यू, इसका दूसरा साइड क्या है, राइट. तो ये क्या है, इस क्वेश्चन के स्टेटमेंट में एक असर्शन है. असर्शन का रीजन देना है, राइट. यू हैव टू प्रोवाइड द रीजन फॉर दिस असर्शन, व्हाई समबडी इज सेइंग दिस, and you have to say that why this is not the complete picture, there is another side of this view. ये main task है इस question का. So पहला, you can always start by pointing out at current events, all right, that the recent Russia-Ukraine conflict has been seen as an expansionist project by Russia. कहाँ, किसने ऐसा देखा है, predominantly West, all right, by the West, particularly in the West it is seen as an expansionist project, right. So for example in United States, for example, if you would see writings in think tanks like CFR, Council on Foreign Relations, इस तरह की जगहों पे आपको ये मिल जाएगा कि ये assertion है, it has been seen, हमने ऐसे लिखा है इसको, right. अब ये क्यों लिखा, तो ऐसा है, for example in 2000, those who are arguing this, they are saying that it is visible in how Russia's foreign policy has shaped up under Vladimir Putin, who has been the leader of Russia since the turn of 21st century. In 2000, Putin argued that the collapse of Soviet Union was biggest geopolitical catastrophe of the century. All right. You would also see in terms of actions by Russia. So for example, in 2008, Russia launched a war on Georgia, which is a post-Soviet state, meaning it was earlier a part of Soviet Union. All right. Similarly, you will see Russia's annexation of Crimea. That is another example of how Russia's territorial ambitions have been visible, right. तीसरा आप देखेंगे, for example, in terms of in writings in CFR, Council on Foreign Relations, if you see, Vladimir Putin has compared himself to the past rulers of Russia, right? Primarily the Tsar Peter the Great. Under Tsar Peter the Great, Russia had seen a territorial expansion. All right? तो सोवियत यूनियन केवल लिखा हुआ है, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि सोवियत यूनियन से रुक जाना है. द क्वेश्चन इज अबाउट टेरिटोरियल एक्सपेंशन एंड द नॉलेज अबाउट रशिया हिस्टोरिकली expanding and the awareness about recently territorial issues being involved in Russia's foreign excursions. Similarly, you will see, for example, in the current Russia-Ukraine war, Russia has annexed certain regions of Ukraine, all right, eastern Ukraine mainly, Kherson, Zaporozhye, इस तरह के regions को क्या किया यूक्रेन, रशिया ने अनेक्स कर लिया, राइट. सो दिस इज बेसिकली व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इन टर्म्स ऑफ टेरिटरी. वॉर के बहुत सारे एस्पेक्ट हैं, यहाँ पे आपने टेरिटोरियल एग्जाम्पल दे दिया. एंड देन ही हैज बीन टॉकिंग अबाउट रिटर्निंग हिस्टोरिकली रशियन लैंड्स. हिज जस्टिफिकेशन ऑफ the Ukraine war has been about this, that Ukrainians don't have a separate identity, they are Russians. All right. And then use of certain key jargon. So these ideas have been expressed in terms of Ruski Mir. All right. Russia's world, Russian world. Right. So Vladimir Putin has been talking about creating or putting in place or consolidating Russian world, Ruski Mir. ये जो टर्म है ये करंट अफेयर से आपको अगर अखबार पढ़ रहे थे, right, you will find these kinds of terms. So that's why you would see that it seems justified, this assertion. However, now you go to somebody who is a major scholar in this context. So John Mearsheimer happens to be a realist, an offensive realist, and he has written a lot about Russia's role in Ukraine and why Russia is doing it. And he says that this idea is limited, that what Russia is doing is because Russia is an evil country, because Russia wants to expand, because Putin has ambitions. Now these are limited explanations. How has he explained Russia's behavior? He is saying that it is not about territory but security. All right, Russia is responding to its strategic geography. Russia is also responding to how in the past it was through Ukraine that the Nazi army or military apparatus had entered Russia or USSR of that point in time. All right, so it is about security, and it is mainly about NATO's eastward expansion. NATO's eastward expansion is a security threat perceived by Russia. So this is the counter view, that what is happening today is not simply about Russia's ambitions, Russia wanting to become a greater Russia or Ruski Mir, but it is also about Russia perceiving security threats in NATO's eastward expansion. तो आपने क्या किया, आपने ये बता दिया कि कैसे ये दिखता है कि ऐसा केस है. आपने दूसरा बता दिया कि नहीं, इसके अलावा, however, scholars like John Mearsheimer have held that this is not simply about territory or territorial expansion. This is about security. NATO's eastward expansion threatens Russia's security, and what Russia is doing is safeguarding its core interest. All right, ये रशिया कर रहा है. तो आपको ये पिक्चर दिखाना है. अब अंत कैसे करना है? अंत आपको ऐसे करना है कि भाई देयर इज अ नीड फॉर पीस, और यहां पे आप ला सकते हैं इंडिया का व्यू. ऑल राइट, सो जिस भी क्वेश्चन में इंडिया का व्यू लाने का मौका मिले सेक्शन ए में, वो एक अच्छी प्रैक्टिस है. सो व्हाट इज इंडिया सेइंग, राइट? सो यू कैन ऑलवेज से दैट apart from the view of the West or Russia's defense of its action, there is a larger body of view as represented by countries like India, who have expressed concerns about the impact of Russia's actions, or largely the interactions between Russia and the West in the current context. All right, so you basically end on a positive note, highlighting need for peace and using some of the jargon-based statements like, that's why India has articulated that current era is not an era of war, but an era of dialogue, democracy and diplomacy. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे आपको इंडिया को लाने का मौका था, और दिस वॉज द जर्नी दैट यू हैड टू मेक इस क्वेश्चन के अंदर. और वैल्यू थी इस तरह के वर्ड्स, अगर आपको पता है कि रशिया हैज़ बीन टॉकिंग अबाउट रस्की मीर, और आपको पता है कि भाई आपके पास एक बहुत वेल नोन थियोरेटिशियन जॉन मेयरशाइमर है, यूक्रेन रशिया के बारे में कुछ भी लिखना हो तो आप इसको इंक्लूड कर सकते हैं. ठीक है, चलिए आगे चलते हैं. अब नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, एक्सप्लेन द वेरियस फैसेट्स ऑफ आइडियलिस्ट अप्रोच टू द स्टडी ऑफ इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस. ऑलराइट, और आप प्रीवियस ईयर्स क्वेश्चन को एनालाइज करेंगे तो आप देखेंगे कि सो व्हेन इट कम्स टू अप्रोचेस टू इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस, UPSC revolves between realism, liberalism, all right, and sometimes it asks questions about idealism. So in the past few years there have been questions about realism, liberalism, all right, realism and Marxism. तो logically आपको ये दिखना चाहिए कि भाई idealism एक थीम है जो आती रही है, तो अगर यूपीएससी ने ये सारी थीम्स टच कर लिए तो ये एक थीम और बची हुई है, विच इज व्हाट, idealism. So analysis of previous year's questions sometimes would give you insight like this. So that's why in one of our tests, which is coded 2547, we had a question: what characterizes the idealist approach to the study of international relations? क्या characteristics हैं idealist approach के? All right. So was it predictable? Yes, because of various reasons it was predictable, right? और हम क्या predict करते हैं? Questions? नहीं. We always predict themes. All right? Okay. क्योंकि अब ये क्लास 10th का एग्जाम नहीं है या क्लास 8th का एग्जाम नहीं है कि आपको क्वेश्चन वही जो आप पढ़ रहे हैं वही क्वेश्चन आ जाएंगे. थीम्स को आपको देखना चाहिए, थीम्स एज पैटर्न्स, राइट? दैट इज समथिंग दैट यू शुड बी कंफर्टेबल विथ. यूपीएससी की प्रिपरेशन आप ऐसे कर रहे हैं कि आपको कोई क्वेश्चन बता देगा और वही क्वेश्चन आ जाएगा और उसी क्वेश्चन का आप आंसर लिखेंगे, तो ऐसा नहीं होगा, राइट? एप्लीकेशन ऑफ माइंड इज इंपॉर्टेंट, राइट? But still, themes can be predicted, as you would see that here also it is visible. So one, how do you write the answer? So when we are, for example, you are writing about realism, you can take a longer tangent. That realism is based in or rooted in the ideas of the classical Greek thought, Peloponnesian War, Thucydides, all right, or Hobbes, or Machiavelli, all right? And realism as a consolidated approach to IR then in the 20th century is most reflected in the views of Hans Morgenthau or Kenneth Waltz, all right? चलिए, तो आपको एक आइडिया है कि कैसे लिखा जाता है. तो अब वैसे ही आप आइडियलिज्म के बारे में और लिबरलिज्म के बारे में भी सोच सकते हैं, ठीक है? सो वन, यू कैन ट्रेस बैक द ओरिजिन्स ऑफ liberalism, idealism to the thoughts of Kant. All right, it has Kantian origin, Kantian worldview पे ये based है. दूसरा, you would see, for example, in the 20th century, Woodrow Wilson is a key figure, right? For example, when he addresses the assembly at peace, what is called Peace of Paris Conference, what is he talking about? He's talking about diplomacy, open covenants arrived at openly. So Woodrow Wilson is a prominent name in the 20th century. Similarly, you will see in terms of major theoretical traditions, idealism has an imprint over democratic peace theory, liberal institutionalism, English school, or the ideas such as international society. All right? So idealism has a longer landscape जो आपको identify करना चाहिए. Once you have done that, what are the main features of idealism? One, faith in diplomacy over conflict. Two, importance of international law. Three, you will see promotion of democracy and human rights. These are seen as central to maintaining a stable order by the idealist, right? So they have faith in international law, diplomacy, dialogue, etc. Because they have faith in the peaceable human nature, that human beings are not warlike, they have peace in their nature also. तो बहुत सारी grand theories human nature से शुरू होती हैं. All right? For Hobbes, human nature is negative. So that's why you will see how realist school talks about international relations. For Kant, human nature is peaceable, right? So that's why you will see the liberal tradition, which has its origins in the idealist tradition, talks about the prospect of progress, prospect of cooperation, right? तो जब broadly आप ये समझ जाते हैं तो आपको ये लिखना आसान हो जाता है. फिर आप देखेंगे in terms of emphasis, you can compare it with realism. Whereas realism or realist approach focuses on what is, the idealist approach focuses on what ought to be. So basically it has a normative focus. It is prescriptive in nature. All right? कैसा होना चाहिए, क्या होना चाहिए. अब इसके अलावा आप क्या करेंगे? You can criticize it. So criticize it by counterposing the idea of some other major approach. So easiest criticism is that by realists. अब E.H. Carr का नाम लिया किसी ने, right? So E.H. Carr was critical of the idealism, and he saw the failure of idealism in First World War, the failure of League of Nations, and eventually the Second World War. राइट? तो ये आपने क्रिटिसिज्म कर दिया, E.H. Carr, one of the early realists. But then you conclude by saying relevant for expectations of peace and resolving complex challenges of today like climate change, right? You cannot resolve these if you want to see, if you are interested in global peace, if you are interested in end of conflicts, if you are interested in cooperation, you would have to go to idealism, right? So you have to complete the picture. You have to showcase what idealism stands for, where it has come from, who are the major scholars which can be identified, theoretical traditions which can be identified within this tradition, what is the criticism and what is the relevance. ये basically package है आपका इस particular answer में. Let's go forward. So अगर आपने ध्यान से सुना हो, मैंने कहा कि idealism now opens up into these many theoretical traditions. ओवरलैप है. सबसे पहले डिफरेंस में आप क्यों चले जाते हैं? बट आइडियलिज्म के अंदर बात क्या है कि कोऑपरेशन के कैसे होगा ये नहीं कहा गया. सो दैट्स व्हाई इफ यू गो टू द आइडिया, जैसे यहाँ पे लिखा था जो लिबरल इंस्टीट्यूशनलिज्म लिखा हुआ है, तो लिबरलिज्म भी कोई एक चीज नहीं है ना. तो लिबरल इंस्टीट्यूशनलिस्ट क्या कह रहे हैं? अगर कॉम्प्लेक्स इंटरडिपेंडेंस जो हर आंसर में लोग लिख देते हैं, वो बेसिकली क्या कह रहा है? कोऑपरेशन इज पॉसिबल बट इट इज नॉट ऑटोमेटिक. उसके लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा? वन हैज टू टेक स्टेप्स, डिजाइन इंस्टीट्यूशंस. तो अगर डिफरेंस देखना है कि आइडियलिज्म से लिबरलिज्म कितना आगे चला गया, तो लिबरल इंस्टीट्यूशनलिज्म में देखना पड़ेगा. कोऑपरेशन इज पॉसिबल बट व्हाट इट रिक्वायर्स इज अ सर्टेन डिजाइनिंग, ऑलराइट, सर्टेन डिजाइनिंग ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशंस, ट्रेड ऑफ्स. तो ये बात है, बट दोनों जुड़े हुए हैं. तो मेनली ओवरलैप के बारे में सोचना है. ठीक है, समझ गए आप? चलिए आगे चलते हैं. नेक्स्ट, द changing global order, ongoing regional conflicts with the global powers taking sides have jeopardized the progress made towards disarmament in the past. ठीक है, तो एक क्वेश्चन है डिसआर्मामेंट के बारे में. सो व्हेन वी रीड द लिटरेचर, डिसआर्मामेंट, आर्म्स कंट्रोल, दे गो हैंड इन हैंड, दे गो टुगेदर. कोई एब्सोल्यूट डिसआर्मामेंट पॉसिबल नहीं है, राइट? सो स्टेप्स जो लिए गए हैं वो हिस्टोरिक हैं, वो विजिबल है. तो पहला तो इस तरह के कुछ क्वेश्चंस थे, और लगातार जब आप देख रहे हैं इश्यूज को, तो उसके इम्प्लीकेशंस के रूप में आप इमेजिन करते हैं इस तरह के क्वेश्चन आ सकते हैं. डू यू एग्री विद द व्यू दैट आर्म्स कंट्रोल इज डाइंग एंड आर्म्स रेसेस आर रोरिंग बैक टू लाइफ? ये बहुत करंट व्यू है, राइट? इफ यू आर रीडिंग न्यूज़पेपर, इफ यू आर रीडिंग प्रोजेक्ट सिंडिकेट, इफ यू आर रीडिंग एनीथिंग, you will find that one of the concerns of regarding this polarization between great powers is what would be its impact on stability, peace, what would be its impact on arms race, all right, what would be its impact on previous agreements, for example between Russia and United States of America, right? Second, इसी तरह का एक क्वेश्चन था, how has the US Russia rivalry impacted strategic arms control arrangements in the past decade, particularly with regard to the New START T, right? So ये दो क्वेश्चन sufficient थे to have the content for this answer. How do you start? You start by either going into history or you start by current affairs. Starting by current affairs would be that the recent talks about possibility of use of nuclear weapons have reignited concerns regarding arms race. ठीक है, करंट अफेयर्स में आपने लिख लिया. और आप हिस्टोरिकली शुरू करना चाहते हैं तो आप कह सकते हैं कि भाई the efforts at arms control and disarmament were visible during the Cold War period, and they were in a way based on bilateral strategic stability in the bipolar order. All right, they were coming out of an effort to build trust between two rivals, USSR and USA. That was the nature of how arms control or disarmament efforts started. ठीक है, तो आप यहां से शुरू कर सकते हैं. राइट. अब इसमें कहा है कि भाई चेंजिंग ग्लोबल ऑर्डर. सो यू हैव टू शो इन द आंसर very simply that what we are talking about is the change from the bipolar order as the dominant frame as it existed during the Cold War to a much more diffused multipolar order. All right, much more unclear multipolar order. ठीक है. So thereby you can bring in ideas like hegemonic stability theory also here in this particular context. Right. चलिए. So now you would see, for example, now you will talk through example. So what were the examples of arms control and disarmament efforts during the bipolar period, Cold War period? You will see the NPT, Non-Proliferation Treaty, one of its pillars is disarmament pillar, signed by both US and USSR, right? Second, strategic arm limitation talks started in the 1970s between the US and USSR, right? Third, you have strategic arm reduction treaty, right? Then you have new start, right? अब आप currently क्या example देख सकते हैं toward disarmament? You can see, for example, the Iran deal, JCPOA, Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. One of the aims was to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons. All right? इसके अलावा क्या? इसके अलावा आप देख सकते हैं TPNW ट्रीटी फॉर द प्रोहिबिशन ऑफ न्यूक्लियर वेपन्स 2017. ठीक है. इसके अलावा क्या? केमिकल वेपन्स कन्वेंशन. ठीक है जी. तो इस तरह के सारे एग्जाम्पल हैं आपके पास जो कि दीज आर द ट्रीटीज, दीज आर द अरेंजमेंट्स विच एम एट प्रमोटिंग आर्म्स कंट्रोल एंड डिसआर्मामेंट. ठीक है. तो ये एग्जाम्पल्स आपके पास होने चाहिए थे. अब आप ये बताएंगे कि भाई यहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है regional conflicts with global powers taking sides. So for example, if you look at current world, you would see conflict dyads, right? One is USA Russia, another is USA China. So most important concern regarding an arms race or limitations of disarmament is coming from great power rivalry. How Russia is developing weapons of new categories, how the arrangements between Russia and US have died down, how new start which remains in force is soon going to expire. All right, ये सारी चीजें हो रही थी. तो आपने ये दिखा दिया. अब इसके अलावा यूएस चाइना. सो चाइना इज ऑन द पाथ ऑफ मिलिट्री modernization, and there have been arguments about the third nuclear age in which China is an important player in the arms race because it is developing sophisticated weapons delivery systems, right? तो ये आपका एग्जाम्पल क्लियरली आपको दिख गया. पहले तो ग्रेट पावर राइवलरी. दूसरा आप इसको जोड़ दो रीसेंट कॉन्टेक्स्ट से. तो आप देख रहे हैं फॉर एग्जाम्पल यूक्रेन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट. व्हाट इज यूक्रेन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट डेमोन्स्ट्रेटिंग? वन, Ukraine had exercised the option of disarmament by giving up nuclear weapons in 1994 Minsk Agreement. All right? But Russia's attack on Ukraine is clearly a disincentive for any country to follow Ukrainian example. What is Ukrainian example? Ukraine gave up nuclear weapons. Today, Ukraine is struggling for its existence, territorial integrity. All right? Second, in the context of the Ukraine conflict, what we see is the limitations of traditional deterrence. What we see is the emphasis on nuclear weapons has been renewed because Russia keeps on talking about using nuclear weapons. Traditional deterrence has not worked, nuclear deterrence has worked. So again, this pushes countries towards thinking of nuclear option or developing weapons of new categories, right? अब यहाँ पे इजराइल ईरान जो चल रहा है. So what is the debate currently? ईरान और इजराइल के बीच में बहुत पहले से चल रहा है ना? एग्जाम से पहले से चल रहा है. सीरीज ऑफ वेव ऑफ मिसाइल अटैक्स, ड्रोन अटैक्स, एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम, यही सब आप पढ़ते रहते हैं. अभी क्या है? अभी द कंसर्न इज दैट ईरान मे डेवलप न्यूक्लियर weapons. Israel has nuclear weapons capabilities. It's not a de jure nuclear power, but it is acknowledged that Israel has nuclear weapons capabilities. So West Asia, because of great power politics plus regional conflict, is moving closer towards nuclear conflict if Iran develops nuclear weapons. अभी इंडिया के स्टैंड पे हमें नहीं आना ना, अभी ये कर ले, काफी जल्दी में अगर आप, तो मैं समय लेके जवाब दूंगा आपका, ठीक है? तो ये आपको समझ में आ गया। और ये तीसरा है नॉर्थ कोरिया, साइंड द एनपीटी, केम आउट ऑफ द एनपीटी, हैज conducted nuclear tests, most importantly recently has been conducting ICBM tests, right? और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं again that North Korea is indirectly supported by Russia and China and opposed by the USA. तो ये बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल्स हैं जो ये दिखाता है कि डिसआर्मामेंट एफर्ट हैव रिसीव्ड अ सेटबैक, ठीक है? तो आपको एस्टैब्लिश करना है कि भाई historically in the bipolar era, in the Cold War period, because of factors like bilateral strategic stability, there was significant progress towards arms control measures and disarmament. These are the examples. B, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, end of Cold War, some of these arrangements continued. For example, New START. But see, currently, as we see, in terms of great power polarization, greater distrust, there is a move towards developing new categories of weapons. Pre-existing arms control and disarmament measures between these powers are proving to be ineffective or are lapsing. All right, New START is going to lapse, right? Moreover, the new arms race has been visible in regional conflicts. The example of Ukraine, the example of Israel-Iran, the example of North Korea. ठीक है जी, आपने ये दिखा दिया, पर आपको अब ये भी दिखाना है कि it is not completely true. Why? Because A, the UN Charter talks about promotion of peace and the functioning of UN considers disarmament to be an important function. So, NPT still exists. Second, forums like CD, Conference on Disarmament, are still active. 3, there have been efforts at reviving the JCPOA, though they have been limited, but there have been efforts. Vienna talk process, right? 3, wide range of countries are still in favor of universal non-discriminatory disarmament, including India. ये India का stand है. All right, what India stands for is universal and non-discriminatory disarmament regime. All right, so wide range of countries are still in favor of disarmament, right? Example, TPNW, right? Majority of countries signing the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. There is a larger civil society consensus also, right? For example, campaign on the abolition of nuclear weapons, right? It's a civil society group, ICAN, right? So in terms of advocacy, you would see that there is a greater urgency, greater need which is felt to uphold disarmament, right? The treaties like chemical weapons treaties still have wider acceptability, right? तो ऐसा नहीं है कि सब कुछ खत्म हो गया है, right? So these are the efforts through which you would say that efforts at disarmament are still visible, are still a priority for a majority of members of the international community, right? But when we look at it from the lens of great power politics, you would see certainly there has been a setback to the disarmament process, right? अब इसके बाद आप यहाँ आएंगे और आप या तो UN कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन डिसआर्मामेंट या इंडिया की पोजीशन के साथ खत्म करेंगे. All right, so what is India's position? India's position is very simple. India traditionally, or if you go by the constitutional values, Article 51, has been in support of peace, peaceful resolution of disputes. All right, traditionally, एक मिनट भैया, एक मिनट, मैं आऊंगा आपके पास, है ना? Second, India's position still is that there is a need for disarmament, but it is conditioned. Conditioned on what? That there should be universal, non-discriminatory and verifiable path to disarmament under the UN umbrella, right? So India supports ये हमेशा याद रख लेना, nuclear and general disarmament. All right, and India says that it is the conference on disarmament which is the only legible body or legitimate body where these issues should be discussed. So India still believes कि disarmament जो है कैसे होना चाहिए, through the process of the UN. All right, तो ये अगर आप दिखा पाएंगे इसमें, इस आंसर में, 150 वर्ड्स में बड़ा मुश्किल है, but that's why it has been mainly broken down into the main elements. Yes, now what you were saying, I will take it. कॉन्फ्लिक्ट तो होना ही है क्योंकि पॉपुलेशन इंक्रीज हो रही है, ये आपका कहना है. पहला, हम ऐसे नहीं लिख रहे हैं तो यहाँ पे क्रिएटिव लाइसेंस थोड़ा कम है. ऑल राइट. दूसरा, जो वेल एस्टैब्लिश पोजीशन है वो सब जो पढ़ते हैं उनको पता है, तो आपको एज फार एज पॉसिबल वेल एस्टैब्लिश पोजीशन को यहाँ पे एग्जाम में लिखना है. राइट. तो क्रिएटिव लाइसेंस है, आप ये आर्गुमेंट मान जाए कि भाई पॉपुलेशन इज इंक्रीजिंग सो वॉर इज इनएविटेबल, हाउ कैन वी टॉक अबाउट डिसआर्मामेंट. इसका स्कोप नहीं है इस आंसर में, 10 मार्कर है, ये आप समझ लेना. कि हमारा जो लिमिट है वो क्या है, वी आर राइटिंग आंसर्स फॉर एन एग्जाम, वी आर नॉट मेकिंग फॉरेन पॉलिसी, वी आर नॉट एड्रेसिंग द यूएन रिप्रेजेंटिंग इंडिया. हमारा रोल क्या है, और ना ही हम अखबार में आर्टिकल लिख रहे हैं. तो जो पोजीशन वेल एस्टैब्लिश पोजीशन है वो बहुत क्लियर है, उसमें इंटरप्रिटेशन की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं है. You can never in no circumstance say that India does not support disarmament. Under all circumstances, in every answer you would say India supports disarmament. समझ में आ गई आपको बात. तो आपको ये समझना पड़ेगा कि आप कर क्या रहे हैं, एग्जाम में क्या लिमिट्स होती हैं, और कुछ चीज़ों में वेल एस्टैब्लिश पोजीशन है. इस क्वेश्चन का the last thing that I would say, one, you show how disarmament efforts are linked with the nature of global politics, meaning global order. ठीक है, उसके एग्जाम्पल दो. दूसरा, यू शो हाउ द करंट डेवलपमेंट्स, ग्रेट पावर पॉलिटिक्स, रीजनल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स, दे आर ऑल पुटिंग अ स्ट्रेन ऑन ट्रेडिशनल मेजर्स ऑफ आर्म्स कंट्रोल एंड डिसआर्मामेंट. ठीक है. तीसरा, आप दिखाएं कि आर्म्स कंट्रोल एंड डिसआर्मामेंट इज एन आइडियल गोल, सो देर आर एग्जिस्टिंग रीजन्स फॉर एडवोकेटिंग सपोर्टिंग disarmament and arms control. It's not only about great power politics. Look at the majority of the global opinion. All right. And lastly, majority of the global opinion can also be expressed through India's view. If you understand India's view, है ना. तो क्या है कि आजकल IR जानना कूल हो गया है, लेकिन जो IR के बारे में आप जान रहे हैं वो इंडिया की पोजीशन से एकदम अलग है ना. आप अलग ही कुछ अपने दिमाग में फॉरेन पॉलिसी बना रहे हैं. मेनली ये हो रहा है आजकल, है ना. और मेनली पीपल हैव बिकम कंसर्न्ड विथ प्रेडिक्शन, है ना, कि अब रशिया ये करेगा, इजराइल ये करेगा. प्राइमरी टास्क ही नहीं है हमारा ये, है ना. तो ये सब्जेक्ट सबसे पहले ह्यूमिलिटी सिखाता है कि हम कुछ भी प्रेडिक्ट करेंगे कल वो नहीं होगा, है ना, और होगा भी तो बहुत लंबे टाइम फ्रेम में होगा. तो इसलिए आप समझें कि यू आर ओनली राइटिंग एग्जाम एंड यू आर ओनली राइटिंग आंसर्स. वहां तक अपने को लिमिट रखें. ऐसे है तो वहां क्रिएटिव लाइसेंस है. ठीक है. हाँ, बताइए. हाँ. So what is hegemonic stability? Yes. So what happens is, for their own interest, a hegemon would try to ensure that there are adequate institutions, there are adequate arrangements which ensure stability. ठीक है. So stability and hegemon are linked. So if you see, let's say NPT, how did NPT come about? How did NPT come about? Because in the competition of hegemony, both US and USSR developed nuclear weapons. Once they develop nuclear weapons, it's a condition where the utility of nuclear weapons for both of them is only based on deterrence, right? They don't have any advantage, singular advantage in terms of use of nuclear weapons. So that's why, because of this competition for hegemony, development of nuclear weapons is one phenomenon, and this then ultimately, ironically, leads to both sides agreeing on some measure of stability, which is confidence building measures in terms of strategic arms control. So strategic arms control भी इसी चीज से निकल के आ रहा है. आइडियलिज्म से निकल के नहीं आ रहा. आइडियलिज्म से उसको जस्टिफाई करते हैं, बट एक्चुअली आया कैसे? आया ऐसा ही ना कि ये कंपटीशन के अंदर दोनों एक ऐसे पॉइंट पे पहुंच गए वेयर बोथ ऑफ देम can destroy each other but not prevail. ठीक है? Second, after the collapse of Soviet Union, US can be considered to be a hegemon, at least in terms of certain theoretical way of looking at it. So who is pushing for the NPT to be followed? Who is, let's say, putting pressure on India to sign the NPT? Or who is putting pressure on India to sign the CTBT? US. So here is the case where a hegemon sees the international order arrange in its own image. है ना, ये जो इंटरनेशनल ऑर्डर है, इंटरनेशनल रूल्स हैं, ये क्या कर रहे हैं, इसको बेनिफिट कर रहे हैं, किसको? यूएस को. So idea is that you need, for even for a liberal order to hold, you need a hegemon. All right, because hegemon would like stability and thereby they would support certain rules or certain set of arrangements. जो ऑर्डर का कॉन्सेप्ट है, ऑर्डर आता कैसे, राइट? तो इस तरह से आप बहुत हल्के से यूज कर सकते हैं. ठीक है इसको. चलिए, इसीलिए यहां पे जो टर्म यूज किया था ना मैंने, बायलैटरल स्ट्रैटेजिक स्टेबिलिटी. ठीक है, बायलैटरल स्ट्रैटेजिक स्टेबिलिटी विद इन दी बाइपोलर ऑर्डर और बाइपोलर अरेंजमेंट ऑफ पावर. चलिए, ग्लोबलाइजेशन हैज बिकम deglobalization is displacing globalization. Comment. पहला, if you look at previous year's question, you will find what kind of questions on globalization is asked by UPSC. 1. Globalization and its impact on global south. Globalization and its relation with global north. पहला ये क्वेश्चन पूछते थे. दूसरा, mainly economic elements of globalization. All right? How globalization is linked with, let's say, creation of institutions like WTO, right? Economic globalization, globalization in trade, etc. Right? अब जो क्वेश्चन पूछता है यूपीएससी, वो ये पूछ रहा है कि भाई responses to globalization, right? In different parts of the world, how has the phenomenon of globalization played out? So, what have been the responses? ठीक है? So, globalization एक major theme है. But the orientation of question keeps, in general, keeps with the changing times. All right, जो हो रहा है. So the argument about deglobalization, number one, can be seen in two historic contexts. One, the 1920s, 1930s, Great Depression. All right. तो पहले उस पीरियड को कहते हैं the era of deglobalization, because उससे पहले ट्रेड इज फ्लरिशिंग, राइट? इंपीरियलिज्म के लार्जर फ्रेमवर्क में. सेकेंड, मोर रिलेवेंट इज व्हाट इज कॉल्ड ग्रेट ट्रेड कोलैप्स. ग्रेट ट्रेड कोलैप्स इज अ फेनोमेनन विच इज एसोसिएटेड विद 2008 ग्लोबल फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस, मेनली द पीरियड आफ्टर 2010. ऑल राइट, तो ये दो हिस्टोरिक सेंस हैं इसके डीग्लोबलाइजेशन. नाउ व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ डीग्लोबलाइजेशन? There is a reduction in the extent of interconnectedness and interdependence in areas like trade. ये deglobalization का मतलब है. So globalization is an increase in intensification of interconnectedness and interdependence. So deglobalization is a reduction in interconnectedness and interdependence. ये मोटा मोटा argument है. ठीक है जी. Contextually you can say or start by pointing at the period of global financial crisis, how the international economic arrangements have created interdependence, and how then a systemic crisis is seen to be associated with globalization. All right. So what has happened? The sense of deglobalization has increased due to the developments in the industrialized north. What has happened in the industrialized north? So here for example, अब आप देखेंगे कि टेस्ट सीरीज में क्वेश्चन पूछे हमने, ग्लोबलाइजेशन हैज बिकम अ रेस टू द बॉटम. जोसेफ स्टिग्लिट्स. सो स्कॉलर्स लाइक जोसेफ स्टिग्लिट्स, डेविड हिल्ड, एंड्रू मैग्रू, राइट? इस तरह के स्कॉलर्स को आप ग्लोबलाइजेशन के बारे में कोट कर सकते हैं. ठीक. दूसरा क्वेश्चन क्या है? एक्सप्लेन द अपरेंट बिग स्विच in attitudes and discourse regarding economic globalization since the turn of the millennium, focusing on the differing trends in responses between the global north and global south. सो इन दोनों क्वेश्चन के आंसर में या ग्लोबलाइजेशन के बारे में जो क्वेश्चन है उनके आंसर में आप ये देखेंगे कि एक जो मेजर असर्शन है दैट ग्लोबलाइजेशन क्रिएट्स अनइक्वल इम्पैक्ट. ऑलराइट, so for example Joseph Stiglitz says that globalization is leading to rich country with poor people. all right, तो deglobalization के basis में ये argument है that globalization creates winners and losers. Globalization has been accused of creating rich countries with poor people. As a result, there has been rise in protectionist tendencies, greater nationalist fervor, and rise of populist leaders in the industrialized north, all right, in the west. The example one, the Brexit debate within the United Kingdom is the example of it, and two, the rise of Donald Trump is another example of it, right, that this is something which is happening. Deglobalization is displacing globalization. Comment करना है तो आपको दिखाना है कि what is this deglobalization. 2, how is it visible? Where is this argument most relevant? This argument is most relevant in the context of Europe and United States. All right, तो एक साइड आपने दिखा दिया कि yes, it can be argued that there is a rise in anti-globalization sentiment in the global north, which was traditionally seen as the engine of globalization. All right, and traditionally the critiques of globalization emerged from global south, majorly in the Marxist framework. But what is happening now is that the critique of globalization is emerging in global north. All right, अब आपको दिखाना है कि globalization is not a monolithic process. All right, so we can't completely argue that deglobalization is displacing globalization. Now this was a dominant argument 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, ये बहुत dominant argument था, right? अब हमको ये दिखाना है कि भाई there is a certain big switch, right? अगर हम कोशिश करें कि questions जो हम practice करते हैं उससे भी सीख लें, so there has been a big switch. ये big switch क्या है? The big switch is that while traditionally global north supported globalization and the opposition was from global south, currently it is the global north which is opposing globalization and the support is coming from global south. So आपको ये दिखाना है कि भाई how there is an uneven impact of globalization and responses to it. So now countries like India and China are supportive of globalization. All right, conditional support to globalization is visible in India's stance towards globalization, because India seeks to benefit from globalization, benefit from market access. Similarly, China also views globalization to be favorable to its interest. So rising economies like India and China are more supportive of globalization. Similarly, manufacturing economies like Vietnam are highly supportive of globalization. All right, so in this context जब आप देखेंगे कि there have been talks about diversification of supply chain resilience, support for globalization is coming from those who stand to benefit from it. Rising economies like India and China and manufacturing economies like Vietnam. You can also show that this is visible, for example, in Xi Jinping's speech to the World Economic Forum 2017, right? Xi Jinping had given a speech at World Economic Forum. In a proximate time frame, Prime Minister Modi had also given a speech at the World Economic Forum. So both these speeches were supportive of globalization, right? तो आपको ये भी दिखाना है. And then towards the conclusion, you have to showcase, you have to simply argue that globalization cannot be seen as a monolithic process, right? It has diversity in terms of its impact, it has diversity in terms of its progress. So thereby there is a shift currently in terms of advocacy for an opposition to globalization. ठीक है, ये जो बिग स्विच वाला क्वेश्चन था वो इसी बारे में था. ठीक है, तो ये क्वेश्चन में आपको कमेंट करना है, इसलिए आपको पहला दिखाना है कि व्हाट इज डीग्लोबलाइजेशन, व्हाट इज इट रूटेड इन, वेयर आर द एग्जांपल्स फाउंड. दूसरा आपको ये दिखाना है कि भाई यू कांट आर्ग्यू कंप्लीटली दैट deglobalization is replacing globalization. Globalization is still visible, right? So thereby you would have to show it through how China and India continue to be supportive of globalization. But there is a condition support. So for example, a country like India, while supporting globalization, is also aware of the need for creating a domestic manufacturing capability. All right, so that's why Make in India or Atmanirbhar Bharat are not opposed to globalization, but they are keeping in mind the opportunities arising out of changing nature of globalization. All right, China, a big beneficiary of globalization as a large exporting country, obviously would like the older arrangements of globalization to continue, right? And ultimately the responses to globalization are diverse, right? तो इसका मतलब ये है कि कभी कभी जब आप आंसर लिखते हो आपको लगता है कि आपको इसको प्रूव करना है, राइट? बट यू शुड सी, यू हैव टू कमेंट. बात समझ में आ गई आपको? तो आपको एक कंप्लीट पिक्चर दिखानी है. चलिए, लेट्स गो फॉरवर्ड टू बी. What are the distinctive features of the postmodern state in advanced capitalist economies? Analyze. So, approaches to state, theories about state, both are prominent part of the syllabus of paper 1 section A and syllabus of paper 2 section A, right? So syllabus wise it's a traditional question. The only difficulty would be, अब आप ये लिटरली समझने लगे कि भाई पोस्ट मॉडर्न स्टेट का मतलब क्या है. सो इफ यू सी, इफ यू फॉलो अ क्रोनोलॉजिकल अप्रोच, यू आर अवेयर दैट स्टेट एज इट इमर्ज्ड, मॉडर्न स्टेट कहते हैं द इमर्जेंस ऑफ स्टेट आफ्टर द वेस्टफेलियन ऑर्डर, राइट? जो स्टेट के फीचर्स हैं, मॉडर्न स्टेट इज कैरेक्टराइज्ड बाय फीचर्स लाइक सोवरेनिटी. ऑल राइट, चलिए. सेकेंड, we see that there is an argument about state-centric analysis, meaning in different contexts, state has been considered to be the most important unit of analysis. ठीक है जी, ये दो चीजों से आप अवेयर हैं. So thereby what you would see is transformation in the role of the state is a major theme. So for example, you would see from the minimal state, night watchman state to social welfare state. All right, आपको ये चीजें पता है, सबको पता है कि स्टेट के रोल के बारे में ये बात हुई है. तीसरा कॉन्सेप्शन आ जाता है कि भाई स्टेट इज नो लॉन्गर एज सेंट्रल एज इट यूज्ड टू बी. व्हाई? सो वन, देयर इज द थ्योराइजेशन अबाउट इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, इंटरनेशनल सिविल सोसाइटी, एंड देन देयर इज थ्योराइजेशन अबाउट व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इंटरनली विद इन स्टेट्स. ठीक है, तो इसलिए ये जो टेस्ट सीरीज में क्वेश्चन था, द मॉडर्न स्टेट इज टू स्मॉल फॉर बिग थिंग्स एंड टू बिग फॉर स्मॉल थिंग्स. इट प्रॉब्लमेटाइजेस द सेंट्रलिटी ऑफ स्टेट एंड इट एक्नॉलेजेस दैट देयर हैज बीन चेंजेस इन द वे स्टेट इज लुक्ड एट, एंड द मेन कॉन्टेक्स्ट इज द एडवांस्ड इंडस्ट्रियल सोसाइटीज. द मेन कॉन्टेक्स्ट इज यूरोप एंड अमेरिका, राइट? चलिए, सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल हियर you can argue that one, many scholars, Daniel Bell or David Held, they have identified the changing nature of state, right, which has been accompanied by the changes in the economic status of states. Right? ये बहुत clear argument है. So thereby the reference to postmodern states in advanced capitalist economies is primarily a reference to the nature of state as it has changed in the 20th century in these states. So here the feature of states are: state is no longer the central entity. B, state is much more complex. And C, state is facing challenges from both within and outside. Right? These are the major arguments. Now, here, for example, you can go to the analysis of the pluralist conception of state, where state is only among the institutions, many institutions contending for claim to power, right? So that's why you, for example, if you go to theorization, you will find theorization about polyarchy or deformed polyarchy, all right? Then if you go to the theorization of Habermas, you will see that these states are facing the legitimation crisis, that state cannot fulfill all expectations, all right? And 3, you would see that the development of state in many of these cases, like in Europe or in US or even in Japan, has become of a facilitator or a partner with the private sector in economic growth or economic development, right? So through different examples, you would have to show what kind of role is state playing, what kind of challenges is the state facing. And then you have to bring in the idea of globalization, right? Which is the most important aspect, why state or the centrality of state has been challenged, right? So David Held, for example, says that in the era of globalization, state is constantly under challenge or under strain. It is no longer the central entity when it comes to most important decisions regarding the fate of its citizens in areas like economy or economic interdependence, or in areas like climate change and its impact, right? तो ये सारे combination से आपको ये answer बनाना है. The scholars that you can mention, the pluralists, you can mention Herbert Marcuse, you can mention Habermas, you can mention David Held, you can mention Daniel Bell, all right? So this is basically, this is a very traditional question. It can be found in most of the traditional sources, including IGNOU, right? Next question. 2C, outlier, right? In terms of specificity which is required. But that's why you should see that in the syllabus, अब UPSC क्या करता है? The syllabus of UPSC needs change, all right, in terms of incorporation of new kinds of issues. But UPSC in its question paper tries to do justice with the terms that it has mentioned. So NAFTA as it is mentioned है UPSC के syllabus में, right? So here you have a question on NAFTA. There is no current affairs basis. The US-Mexico-Canada agreement came up in 2018, right? But NAFTA is a traditional topic. ठीक है, चलिए जी. अब अभ्यास 2024 में एक क्वेश्चन था which was of similar intent, account for the rise and decline of the North American Free Trade Agreement, all right? Account for the rise and decline of the NAFTA. अब जब इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर लिख रहे हैं तो you would see that NAFTA was replaced by the US-Mexico-Canada agreement. ठीक है जी. तो चलिए, पहला, number 1, certain factual intent in this question. What is the factual intent in this question? That you would have to talk about how the NAFTA comes into existence, all right? On the basis of negotiations during the Reagan administration, which were finalized during the George Bush administration and finally launched under Bill Clinton. So NAFTA represented a neoliberal consensus in the matter of regional economic integration in North America. All right. NAFTA represented a neoliberal consensus in the matter of regional economic integration in North America. ठीक है जी. चलिए आप इसको रेगनिज्म इन सारी चीज़ों के साथ जोड़ पाएँ तो बधाई है आपको, राइट. दैट इज द थियोरेटिकल ट्रेडिशन with which you can link it. But secondly, you have to show that NAFTA primarily aimed at trade liberalization through instruments like abolition of tariffs. All right. So thereby the support to NAFTA came in the time when there was a wider support to the process of globalization and promoting economic interdependence by signing free trade agreements. So 1990s is a golden era for free trade agreements, right, or support for free trade agreements, right. So thereby what we see is that it certainly led to rise in trade. Both US-Mexico trade, US-Canada trade, Mexico-Canada trade increased. All right. Mexico benefited the most in terms of access to the American market, access to the Canadian market. The less talked about fact is that US economy also benefited from the cheaper access to labor. All right. But gradually with time the support for NAFTA eroded. Why? Because the support for globalization, as in previous question that we saw, or the support for the increasing economic interdependence or liberalization measures such as abolition of tariff itself went down. All right. So the limitations of NAFTA were pointed out mainly by US, mainly visible under the presidency of Donald Trump. All right. The limitations as pointed were that trade liberalization was limited because the focus was limited. Focus was limited mainly to goods and focus was limited mainly to measures like abolition of tariffs. All right. The main concern of US was that in terms of market access, US doesn't gain much in markets like Mexico, and the issues like environment or environment cross cost of trade, labor are not adequately handled by NAFTA. ठीक है जी. So thereby the limitations were seen in terms of job losses, specifically after the American financial crisis or global financial crisis of 2008. Job loss, unemployment was a big issue in the US, and one of the reasons attributed was how NAFTA has operated, right. तो वहां से एक criticism आया. दूसरा, US has not benefited. तीसरा, trade imbalances, right, that NAFTA led to trade imbalances. अब ये argument किसके हैं? US के हैं. Mainly these arguments are arising in the US. So that means that there was a need for dispute resolution arising out of implementation of NAFTA. So the next limitation of NAFTA which is pointed out is that it did not have adequate dispute resolution mechanism. तो आपको इस तरह के limitations दिखाने, and then you have to link it with the rise of populism or populist leaders like Donald Trump and the erosion of political support to NAFTA, mainly in the United States, leading to the collapse of NAFTA. And NAFTA then was replaced by a new agreement, which is the US-Mexico-Canada Free Trade Agreement. Now, what is the difference? The difference is that the ambit of regulatory areas which were not covered under NAFTA has opened up under this agreement. So what is this agreement covering? This agreement has provisions regarding labor and wages. This agreement has provisions regarding environmental protection. This agreement has provisions regarding rules of origin. All right. And this agreement also provides for a dispute resolution mechanism. So how does the US-Mexico-Canada Free Trade Agreement fulfill the lacunas of the NAFTA? by expanding the ambit of areas covered and including newer issues. ठीक है, and also providing for a dispute resolution mechanism. But still, the assessment of this agreement cannot be made in this short time, because immediately after the launch of this agreement, the world has witnessed multiple crisis moments. For example, COVID-19. Second, there has been the regional wars, and the implementation of the agreement itself is not complete, right? So a final assessment cannot be made, but in terms of its feature, it seems to be an update on the NAFTA. All right, so the future of this agreement would depend on the future of American politics. और अब आप recently लिख रहे थे तो आप provocatively conclusion में लिख सकते थे the results of the impending presidential elections in the United States. ठीक है जी, तो कुछ चीज़ों के बारे में आप फाइनल जजमेंट नहीं दे सकते, आप बस ये बोल सकते हैं कि पुराने से कैसे बेहतर है, और आप एक ओपन एंडेड आंसर इसका कर सकते हैं ये कहते हुए कि भाई इसका फ्यूचर डिपेंड करेगा कि यूएस के अंदर इसका सपोर्ट कितना है, राइट, एंड आफ्टर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन इसको कैसे देखा जा सकता है. ठीक है, तो ये क्वेश्चन थोड़ा फैक्चुअल इंटेंट का था. Many people may have missed this theme, but I would like to point out that if you are practicing, if you are looking at test series, etc., you may find these kinds of questions, and the reason is very simple, that the US-Canada-Mexico agreement was not asked by UPSC previously. Second, NAFTA is directly mentioned in the syllabus, right? If something is directly mentioned in the syllabus, don't leave it, right? ये मत सोचना कि हम कुछ और कर लेंगे, क्वेश्चन का कॉम्बिनेशन बना लेंगे. योर फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इज वॉट एवर इज डायरेक्टली मेंशन्ड इन द सिलेबस, उसको तो पूरा करना है आपको. ठीक है, नाफ्टा वॉज मेंशन्ड. लेट्स गो टू द नेक्स्ट वन. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन विच इज डिस्कस द मेजर रीसेंट सोशल मूवमेंट्स रिलेटेड टू द फिजिकल राइट्स ऑफ वुमेन इन वेरियस कंट्रीज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. ठीक है जी, चलिए क्वेश्चन नंबर 3 है. इसमें डिफिकल्टी क्या है? इसमें डिफिकल्टी है द एडिशन ऑफ फिजिकल राइट्स एज अ स्पेसिफिक इशू. बट अगेन, इज दिस अ ट्रेडिशनल क्वेश्चन? यस, दिस इज अ ट्रेडिशनल क्वेश्चन. यू एक्सपेक्ट questions on social movements, and the question on social movements either are accompanied by impact in the developing or its role in the developing countries or role in the developed countries. यहाँ पे जो issue है उसको broad कर दिया है, so thereby the question has been made easier. Now you find examples from any place that you are comfortable with. That means including India. All right. So the unfortunate incident at a medical college in Kolkata was in news. What did you see followed after it? Prolonged protest, demands by the doctors for safer working conditions or safety of women. ये देखा आपने? So this is where you can use your creativity to start, right? So for example, by highlighting some of the recent events, you can highlight how this points to the problems regarding physical safety of women. ठीक है जी, चलिए अब इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर अगर आपको करना है तो फर्स्ट यू स्टार्ट बाय ए सोशल मूवमेंट, राइट? व्हाट आर सोशल मूवमेंट, व्हाट इज इट्स रोल. अब इसमें ऐसे नहीं लिखना, बहुत ब्रीफ रहना है, राइट? एंड यू ब्रिंग इन हाउ विमेन्स मूवमेंट हैज बीन अ की पार्ट ऑफ what are called new social movements. All right, so आपको यहाँ पे एक theoretical framework ले आना है new social movements के बारे में. ठीक है, चलिए. Now you identify कि भाई what is the main issue, physical rights of women, which has been asked about. If you can define it very clearly, your answer would become easier, right? So when we talk about the physical rights of women in various countries, we are mainly talking about this physical integrity rights, right? Which means free from violence, freedom of making choices about their own body. We are talking about biopolitics, right? इस तरह के jargons भी आप use कर सकते हैं. The issues primarily are either about material well-being of women, all right? sexual and reproductive health, and safety of women. Right? These are the major issues. Now, can you find examples from all parts of the world? You can find examples from all parts of the world. ठीक है जी? चलिए. So once you have done this, now you look at this. So for example, one of the earliest movements which talked about this aspect, physical rights of women. You will find, for example, a nurse, Margaret Sanger. She talked about the reproductive rights, right? So birth control movement, which is associated with Margaret Sanger, right? In recent times, you would see protest movement emerging after an unfortunate incidents of violence or sexual violence against women. So most prominently in the case of India, we have seen public protests after the Nirbhaya case. All right. Then you have the Me Too movement, which is of global scale. Starts mainly in the United States, but then it spreads out throughout the world. It had ramifications in India also. The Me Too movement, right? Then the large-scale protests against abortion policies in Poland and Ireland, right? Ireland is one case which you should know, because there it was the condition of an Indian woman and the abortion laws in Ireland, which was covered in the Indian newspapers also, right? See, the restrictive abortion laws in Poland or Ireland have also led to protest movements. All right. Apart from that, in recent times, you have seen the US Supreme Court judgment on abortion, which reversed the Roe versus Wade achievement, and it led to movements like Women's March in the United States. आपके सामने चीजें हो रही हैं. You have also seen the movement on headscarves in Iran, which was ignited by the death of a young protester in police custody. All right. And then you have, for example, the ongoing concerns about the use of rape as an instrument by various contending gangs in Haiti. Haiti में जो हो रहा है, which is covered by the UN as a matter of concern, covered by various reports as a matter of concern, right? So ये जो है, this particular development highlights the importance of the need to continually fight for physical rights of women, right? तो ये तो हो गया example. Now what is the achievement of these kinds of movements? तो यहाँ पे जो आंसर है वो बहुत ट्रेडिशनल हो जाता है. One, changes in public policy. All right, introduction of various measures by government to safeguard the physical safety of women, including legislation, right? So for example, the laws regarding prevention of sexual harassment, laws regarding punishing domestic violence against women. ये तो इंडिया के केस में ही आप निकाल के ला सकते हो. ठीक है. तो पब्लिक पॉलिसी चेंजेस, लीगल चेंजेस, क्रिएशन ऑफ पब्लिक अवेयरनेस, right? Everybody is aware of the demands of the doctor at Arjikar. Everybody is aware of the Me Too issue. And then it has also led to global public advocacy for prioritizing issues regarding women. ठीक है? So for example, the Beijing Platform for Action, 1996, right? Or in recent times, अगर आप unique example लाना चाहें, you would see the concern regarding gender in UN peacekeeping, right? India has highlighted this. तो आप कुछ unique example भी ला सकते हैं कि one of the result of this has been increasing reflection of the concern regarding women's safety in areas like UN peacekeeping, right? हाइती के केस में ये बहुत एक important issue है, right? Because violence or failure of state in Haiti has directly resulted in the physical or the challenges for physical safety of women. ठीक है, चलिए. So that's why your conclusion would be that A, they have led to certain changes, certain achievements, but B, this is an issue that requires continuous efforts to secure these rights. ठीक है जी. तो मेनली इसमें एक डिफिकल्टी ये थी कि हाउ डू यू डिफाइन फिजिकल राइट्स, एंड सेकेंड हाउ डू यू फाइंड एग्जाम्पल्स, राइट? So now if it is right in front of you, considering this question would become easier. Now let's go to the next question. Again a very traditional question. ये syllabus based भी है, traditional sources से भी आप इसका आंसर कर सकते हैं. ठीक है? Discuss. The question is, critically examine the role of political parties in sustaining and stabilizing democracies in developing societies. ठीक है? So one, take the systems approach. That would help you in drawing diagrams. If you want to draw a diagram or draw a flow chart in any kind of answer, this is the kind of answer where you can draw a flow chart in terms of systems, in terms of David Easton's authoritative allocation of values and role of political parties, right? Then you can use the theorization by Almond. You can use the theorization by Giovanni Sartori, who talks about classification of party systems. ठीक है, तो इन scholars को आप use कर सकते हैं. And now you can point out, for example, the positive roles of political party. What are the positive roles of political party? Political socialization. ठीक है, they play a role in interest articulation, interest aggregation, and thereby they also play a role in translating the popular demands into public policy. ठीक है? Then they also play a role in terms of political education, political awareness, voters mobilization. They also play an important role in terms of political communication, right? ये सब jargons हैं comparative politics है जो आप use कर सकते हैं, political communication. And then finally they also play an important role in the competitive arena of electoral politics, which is one of the aspects of democratic politics in developing countries. तो आपने दिखा दिया role, interest aggregation, articulation, ठीक है, outcomes in terms of public policy, political education, political communication and socialization, and giving or strengthening electoral democracy by creating a competitive arena, by offering choices for people to choose from. So what are the, if you have to critically examine, then what are the limitations, right? So one, you would see, for example, these political parties face problems like, or challenges like, narrow voter or support base, all right? 2, fragmentation of polity. 3, priority of ideology over pragmatic outcome based politics. 4, the problems like the lack of intra-party democracy, right? So यहाँ पे आप माइकल्स का iron rule of oligarchy भी ला सकते हैं. The nature of political parties in developing countries also increasingly display the characteristics of being oligarchy, where they are not internally representative, where the parties are primarily leaders-led parties or parties which revolve around persona rather than broader public agenda, right? ये limitations आपने दिखा दिया. अब इसके बाद आप क्या और कर सकते हैं? So in the case of India, you may be aware of people who have talked about partyless democracy. All right? Can you name any? JP, Jayaprakash Narayan, right? So because of the challenges faced by political parties or limitations of political parties in democracies or diverse democracies like India, there have been suggestions regarding partyless democracy. आपने ये एक अलग आइडिया ला दिया, पर आप क्या कह सकते हैं कि पार्टीलेस डेमोक्रेसी से आप खत्म कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि ये पार्टीलेस डेमोक्रेसी कहीं प्रैक्टिस है क्या? नहीं है, राइट? सो देयर बाय you would always end by saying despite the limitations, political parties still have an important role to play in both consolidating and legitimizing democratic rule or democratic governance. ठीक है, तो बहुत ट्रेडिशनल आंसर के अंदर आप कुछ यूनिक अगर ला पाएं, पार्टीलेस, फॉर एग्जांपल यहाँ पे मैंने कहा पार्टीलेस डेमोक्रेसी की बात, राइट, आफ्टर टॉकिंग अबाउट द लिमिटेशंस ऑफ पार्टीज, राइट, तो वो आपका एक यूएसपी बन जाता है इस तरह के आंसर में. Since it is a traditional question, this should suffice. Let's go forward. Let's look at, yes. We said they also offer choices to the people, right, in the electoral arena. Electoral arena को competitive बनाते हैं, right? So that is one of the hallmarks of democracy. Second, you can talk about Rajni Kothari, right? Theorization of Rajni Kothari in this particular context. So, for example, if you can understand that when Rajni Kothari is saying that India, for the first few decades of its independence, was a single party dominant system, he is pointing out how this played a role in stabilizing the polity, the role of political parties, national parties, right? तो जहाँ तक सेकेंड एस्पेक्ट को कवर करने की बात है, एक तो तोड़ने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, जीएस नहीं है, राइट, क्योंकि तोड़ोगे तो पॉइंट्स कम मिलेंगे, तो आपको कंपाइन कंपोजिट आंसर करना है, और दोनों एस्पेक्ट हमने कवर किए हैं. तो कॉम्पिटिटिव एरिना वाली बात और थ्योराइजेशन लाइक ऑफ रजनी कोठारी इन द केस ऑफ इंडिया. यहाँ पे आप स्टेबिलिटी के बारे में भी बात कर सकते हैं, ठीक है, और कुछ आपको सजेस्ट करना हो तो आप मुझे बता सकते हैं. चलिए आगे चलते हैं. Yes. Do you agree with the view that USA uses NATO as a traditional tool of strategy to perpetuate its hegemony in the world? 1. A, it is strictly a syllabus-based question, right? Great power politics, rise of great powers, etc. Hegemony, etc. are mentioned in the syllabus. 2. Current affairs, right? In the context of Russia-Ukraine war, NATO has been in news, and there have been multiple expansions of NATO in the last few years, addition of new members. So thereby again, when you look at this question is about comment, right? Rather than straightforward saying comment, it is saying, do you agree with the view that the USA uses NATO as a traditional tool of strategy to perpetuate its hegemony in the world? The answer cannot be a simple yes. The answer would be both yes and no. Why, if somebody has this opinion, they have this opinion, and why if somebody doesn't have this opinion, or on what basis we can say that NATO does not simply have this narrow view, right? So 1, you can start simply by contextualizing the formation of NATO rooted in the question of European security. ये जो European security term है, this is an important jargon, right? So the formation of NATO in 1949 is rooted in the perennial question of European security. All right, the perennial question of European security. Second, NATO can be seen as an example of an hegemonic alliance in two senses. What are the two senses? 1, in the context of the question of European security, there is clearly a rivalry between two major powers, Russia and the USSR and the United States. So NATO's formation is part of the hegemonic competition between these two great powers, right? So it is coming out of alliance politics in the context of hegemonic struggle between two great powers, USA and USSR. 2, internally, NATO is based on identification of a common enemy, which is USSR. But within this alliance, all the other members of the alliance are subservient to the United States, meaning they need the United States more than vice versa, than United States needing other members of NATO. So externally in terms of competition with USSR, internally because though they have the common enemy, one member of the alliance, which is the US, which is preponderant in terms of capabilities or in terms of constituting the material abilities of NATO as compared to the others. Okay? So in that context, you can talk about it as a hegemonic alliance. Second, you can extend this idea by pointing out that in terms of deployment of nuclear weapons on the soil of NATO countries in Europe or nuclear weapons delivery system, it's very clear that all the other NATO members have relied on what is called extended deterrence. So deterrence is that I have power, the other country, understanding my power, would not attack me, all right, because there is fear of retaliation. But other European members of NATO don't have nuclear weapon. So what are they relying on? They are relying on US nuclear umbrella, all right. So this is extended deterrence. So the argument of extended deterrence, the reliance of the European powers on American nuclear weapons, the positioning of these nuclear weapons and the weapon delivery system on the European soil is also a testimony to the fact that it is the US which is in the hegemonic position, all right. And third, the role of NATO in active combat situations has involved supporting US campaigns. How so? One, contributing troops to the first Gulf War, all right, which was a US launched war, right? So troop contribution, or troop contribution in the case of US invasion of Iraq. It was the NATO countries which provided the troop, or the troop contribution in the context of Afghanistan. So what you would see is that the NATO countries under the umbrella of this alliance serve as a feeder for US requirements, right? For example, troop requirement in different locations. So this means that though NATO primarily emerged or is rooted in the question of European security, the use of offensive capabilities of NATO have been associated with the US priorities, right? Where US prioritizes the major threat is, there you would see the role of NATO, all right? So then what you would see is that currently in the context of the war in Ukraine, the policies of NATO are by and large reflective of the current domestic position of the United States, meaning there is no democratic decision making, right? There may be an argument that all our members all decide, but ultimately it is the US which decides. So meaning all NATO members don't see together on one issue in a unified way. For example, there is a clear case that France or Turkey may have different views, but France or Turkey on their own or together are not capable enough to prevail on the US. Next, we can see the Trump administration era. In the Trump administration era, the view of US on NATO was transactional, right? It was very clearly evident that US under Trump signaled that NATO needs it more than it needing NATO, all right? So thereby, the point that the Trump administration raised was that NATO still by and large depends on the contributions of the United States, whereas the other members of NATO have not raised their defense spending to the levels agreed. So this transactional point which was raised by Donald Trump is also evident of the fact that ultimately NATO is seen as a tool of larger US grand strategy, right? Or US certainly is preponderant when it comes to capabilities as compared to other members of NATO. All right. Now, in terms of external role of NATO, NATO certainly has an instrumental role in advancing US strategic interest in its hegemonic rivalry with USSR and now with Russia, right? So that is also the case where you can say that it is a tool of US hegemonic ambitions. But what is the counter argument? The counter argument is very simply the wider membership of NATO. All right, that the NATO membership has expanded beyond 30 to the example of France and Turkey to showcase how the members of NATO have different views as compared to the United States on many matters, for example, invasion of Libya or, for example, invasion of Syria, right? So it is not that US is able to prevail all the time when it comes to decision making over the other NATO members, right? But certainly your argument would tilt in favor of the assertion, right? Because without the US, there is no NATO, right? So that's basically what you have to show. You have to understand theoretically the idea of hegemonic alliances, why they are formed, and how NATO can be seen as an example of this, right? You can briefly put a counter view, but ultimately your conclusion by and large would be yes, right? But it has to be a qualified yes. Let's move to the next question. Gramscian theory of hegemony provides many valuable insights into the nature of global power. Comment. So, as it happened that this concern was covered in two of the questions of the tests. One question was, which was asked, was explain the term hegemony as used in discourse on the international relations, right? So hegemony as used by the realist or Kindleberger in hegemonic stability theory, etc. That's one use of it. Another use of it is in what is called the Marxist tradition or the critical tradition in international relations. So here the Gramscian theory of hegemony provides many valuable insights into the nature of global power. Comment. So if you are reading a simple textbook like Bellis and Smith, you would find no difficulty in answering this question. There is a straightforward section on it. You would know, one, when Gramsci talks about hegemony, he is talking about domination and leadership in a particular political, social and economic system. In terms of explanation of this leadership or this dominance, Gramsci makes a departure from the traditional Marxist thinking, where there is the base structure analogy which is used, where in the traditional Marxist thinking it is the base, the material realities which are most important determinant of power outcomes. Gramscian way of thinking about hegemony brings in the role of superstructure, ideas, ideology, role of intellectuals, and thereby it's very clear that in the Gramscian tradition, hegemony is not only based on coercion or hard power, which basically we would see how realist would argue hegemony is constructed, but it is also based on the use of ideology, all right, or justification or other legitimation tools. So hegemony is based more on co-option rather than coercion, right? That is basically the Gramscian view. This idea is that you identify that this view led to wider theorization by the Frankfurt School or critical theory. That is one line of development that happens, and second is the awareness about scholars like Robert Cox. All right, so Robert Cox, the Frankfurt School, the critical theory. Now these are the larger traditions where the Gramscian view on hegemony or Gramscian views are used, right? And this largely falls under what is called the Marxist tradition in international relations. So thereby, if you look at Robert Cox's writing, he would say that the domination of, or the hegemony of, the United States, is not merely based on its material power or its direct intervention militarily in other countries. That is certainly one source. But it is also based on justification of economic policies of neoliberalism, which are transmitted through institutions which have been created under US leadership, for example, ranging from the United Nations to the GATT to the World Trade Organization. All right. So that's one direct way of looking at this aspect. And the second is how it has inspired theorizing in the mainstream way also. So for example, Joseph Nye coming up with the idea of soft power is also an acknowledgement of the role of superstructure, role of ideas, role of ideology, right? Similarly, you can bring in the theorization of Noam Chomsky in terms of manufacturing consent. Now, these are the various tangents of Gramscian theory of hegemony that you will find in international relations. All right, Frankfurt School, critical theory, Robert Cox, and development of ideas such as soft power by Joseph Nye. इतनी चीजें आपको इस पर्टिकुलर आंसर में दिखानी थी. And these were the two questions that generally related with this particular area. Now question number 4B. Easier question to answer. पिछले 2 बार यूपीएससी ने बहुत पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन पूछ लिए डब्ल्यूटीओ के बारे में, जैसे ट्रिप्स वेवर और वैक्सीन वेवर एंड फिशरीज एग्रीमेंट. इस बार यूपीएससी कम्स बैक to the traditional trend of asking general question. The return of trade barriers and economic sanctions has diminished the spirit of GATT. In this context, discuss the factors contributing to the decline of WTO in recent times. Right? A similar question or similar intent was asked in the test 2547. What challenges has the World Trade Organization faced in recent years due to shifts in international economic environment? ठीक है जी. So दो चीजें. The context in which GATT was institutionalized in 1948-1949 is the context of post-Second World War order. This is also seen as an order which is based on Pax Americana, all right, or rise of the United States as the most influential power shaping international outcomes, arrangements, institutions. GATT or its emergence is also is in the period of relative stability in international politics, and it largely coincides with, in international relations, the rise of liberal institutionalists. Robert Cohen, Joseph Nye, these are major liberal institutionalists whose major concern is design of institutions and trade-offs to create non-zero sum understanding of issues like trade and advocating the possibility of cooperation. So that's why you would see GATT as a system of rules was successful insofar as its elements were adopted in trade policies of different countries. Most importantly, the countries of advanced industrial societies in the global north. 2, GATT led to series of talks which are called rounds, which then helped in creating a consensus between different categories of countries on common rules of trade. The ultimate result was the creation of WTO, right? So initially in the Bretton Woods, ITO was proposed, International Trade Organization, which could not come up. GATT came up. So the idea of ITO through various rounds of GATT negotiation finally culminates into creation of WTO, World Trade Organization, in 1993. 2006. So what GATT does is, GATT institutionalizes or WTO institutionalizes GATT. GATT is a set of rules. WTO is an institution which gives an institutional character to these set of rules. So GATT is subsumed under the WTO system. In other words, WTO replaces what was GATT. So the functioning of WTO, its principles and the majority of its rules come from the GATT process, right? And thereby WTO is attributed with a lot of success. So for example, lowering of trade barriers, increase in global trade, and the ability of WTO to resolve disputes among states on the application of trade rules was always highlighted as the achievements of WTO. However, again, the success or failure of WTO is not independent of the changes or transitions in the arranging order or arranging principles in the global order. So increasingly, since the advent of the 21st century, there has been changes in the support to WTO. One, in 2000-2001, China becoming a member of WTO is a major transition point. And gradually after its entry into the WTO, China emerged as the largest trading country in the world. Whereas when the WTO was formed, it was the US or the European countries which were the major trading powers. So such was the case also in the GATT era. US or European countries were the major trading powers, right? After 2000-2001, China becoming a member of WTO, becoming a part of the liberalized system of trade based on rules, China emerged as a major economic power, right? Now this then was accompanied by another set of differences which emerged due to the implementation of WTO rules between what are called developed countries and developing countries, primarily on issues like agriculture. Third, the lack of consensus on economic arrangements of governance was also visible in terms of areas like IT, areas like data, meaning issues have changed since WTO has come into picture. Now these, in the current circumstances, have altogether created a major challenge for WTO with the heightening of tensions or rivalry between US and China. All right. So thereby you would see what has happened is the limitations of WTO was always evident. All right. The WTO finds it difficult to create consensus. But now the functioning of WTO has come under questioning. So one of the major aspects of it was A, major powers adopting unilateralism. So for example, US increasing tariffs on China is undermining the WTO process. Number two, many members of WTO opting for regional arrangements. For example, agreements like RCEP to address newer issues, newer concerns. Number three, rise of plurilateral arrangements within WTO. For example, in the matter of extension of IT agreement, right? So there has been rise in plurilateralism within WTO. And number four, institutionally, the WTO's dysfunction as a reflection of the current developments is also visible in the stalemate in its appellate function, where the US has consistently prevented the reappointment at the appellate body of the WTO. Now these issues are commonly visible. तो ये issues आपको बताना है कि in this context discuss the factors contributing to the decline of WTO in recent times, right? What are the factors? One, the changing nature or changing composition of global trade, with countries like China becoming leading trading countries. It is directly related with the support to WTO waning in the United States. Number 2, the differences in the larger membership of WTO. WTO has 164 members, but developed and developing countries have always had differences, right, in what they prioritize. Number 3, rise of newer issues. So while WTO Doha agenda is yet not complete, started in 2001, the global trade has now taken into account newer issues like the role of data or data governance. Number 4, the dissatisfaction among multiple members of the WTO regarding the ability of WTO in understanding and accommodating their demands. This is directly linked with rise in regional trading arrangements. And lastly, it is the great power politics. Polarization of relations between China and US has led to greater unilateralism, meaning US has increasingly found it convenient to bypass the WTO as a whole. And secondly, US has tried to undermine the process, multilateral process of WTO by preventing the appointment at the appellate tribunal, right? So these are the 5 major aspects that you have to showcase here. But ultimately, towards the conclusion, what you have to show is this, and this is where India's position or understanding of the fact that you are writing the exam in India for civil service in India, so thereby on global issues in terms of solution, if you can bring in India's view, it would be important. So what India has been advocating is this: the world needs a rules-based order, right? Majority of countries of the world are still in favor of a rules-based order symbolized by institutions like WTO. However, WTO also needs to reform, all right? Reform and change. So these two are the views of India. And third, ये question आया था in the context of the 13th Ministerial Conference of the WTO, current affairs. So in that context, India simply said that the efforts by certain group of countries to include non-trade issues as part of WTO negotiations would undermine the WTO. So this is the third position of India, which is the latest one that you should be aware of and be able to include, right? That there is a need to separate the issues and keep only strictly trade related issues as part of WTO negotiations. So what do we mean by the attempt at conflating non-trade issues with trade issues? So for example, now the West has been talking about going beyond the traditional IPR arrangements of TRIPS plus, all right? So unless WTO changes the TRIPS, and the wish of any other country to talk about any other arrangement of safeguarding IPR is not acceptable to India, right? But more importantly, the talk of including environmental issues, for example, CBAM, right? European Union is coming up with CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. It is an example of how trade and environmental issues are seen to be linked. But India does not want these issues to be discussed at the WTO. And number 3, conflating issues like labor standards, human rights or political issues with trade negotiations. Now WTO needs to avoid these pitfalls, all right? So bring in India's view, specifically highlighting the need for WTO reforms and the need for safeguarding the interest of the most vulnerable, right? So for example, WTO is still relevant as far as if you look at WTO principles like special and differential treatment, all right? So flexibility of WTO needs to be retained, right? So bring in India's position towards the end, that would be beneficial. Now question number 4C. Again, European Union directly mentioned in the syllabus. If you do some brainstorming, what kind of questions can UPSC ask? That is also fairly simple. So theoretically, it is associated with regionalization of global politics, regionalism. All right, issues like regional integration. Thematically, theoretically, it is the theoretical traditions of functionalism, neo-functionalism, which have used European Union as an example. All right, and in terms of the achievements of European Union, limitations of European Union, you can always talk about various aspects. For example, the role of European Union in global trade or the role of European Union in forming global norms. So by and large कुछ topics brainstorming करके आप एक बार में तैयार कर सकते हैं. ठीक है? So let's look at this question. This question is, do you agree with the view that European Union has thus far proved to be the most successful experiment in regional integration process? Account for its successes and also some of the recent challenges that it is faced with, right? So the question has three parts. One, do you agree with the view that EU has thus far proved to be most successful experiment in the regional integration process? The answer is a clear yes, all right, because it can be proven through data. ठीक है? The second question is account for its success and also some of the recent challenges. ठीक है? तो जो सक्सेस पार्ट है वो पहले पार्ट से जुड़ा हुआ है. इट इज लिंक्ड विथ, फ्लोइंग विथ द फर्स्ट पार्ट, एंड द चैलेंजेस इज द नेक्स्ट पार्ट. सो द थर्ड वुड बी टुवर्ड्स द कंक्लूजन यू ऑल्सो टॉक अबाउट some of the solutions. So thereby I would highlight, for example, this was a question asked in test 2547. Why is the European Union called a normative power? What are its limitations, right? So general expectation with what can be asked from European Union is fairly static. ठीक है जी. चलिए अब इस क्वेश्चन को शुरुआत हम करते हैं with either functionalism or neo-functionalism, right? Functionalism talks about increasing cooperation in technical areas. The outcome then increases the appeal for interdependence. All right, if you are successful in showcasing cooperation and its benefits in one area, there would be popular support for cooperation in other areas between countries, right? Neo-functionalism brings both technical functions and functions of political communication together, political functions together, right? So one. Number two, you can highlight through examples like how the European Union characterizes what is called the piece by pieces approach by showing that European Union starts with a very small step of the creation of European coal and steel community, which then leads to the formation of European atomic community, European economic community, and consolidation into European community, which after 1992 becomes, after the Maastricht Agreement, becomes the precursor to modern European Union. So certainly in terms of providing an archetype for testing theoretical traditions like functionalism or neo-functionalism, European Union is a successful example. All right. Two, factually, the integration process in European Union, or thematically the integration process of the European Union is wide based. All right. Not only economic, but also political, and with the intent of integration in the matters of defense and foreign policy also. So you would see, for example, creation of institutions like European Parliament or European Court of Justice. These are examples of institutionalization of integration in political areas. All right. And European Union, after the Maastricht Treaty in 1992, started talking about or deliberating on what is called common defense and foreign policy framework. All right. So this showcases the efforts at regional integration under European Union have a wider basis. They are not limited to economic integration only. Next, you can showcase this through the example of European Union in areas like trade. So one, under the European Union, there has been not only reconstruction of Europe, which was devastated after the Second World War, but also the establishment of European Union as a successful economic player. You can show it through two examples. One, more than $32,000 of per capita income within the European Union. Number two, you can showcase it how the European Union is among the top trading blocs in the world, but intra-European Union trade is higher than European Union trades with the rest of the world. All right, that is something that you can showcase as factual example. And then European Union has also brought about the strengthening of collective bargaining capacity of European countries, right, which is showcased in the argument that European Union is a normative power. From areas ranging from environment and climate change to global trade, human rights and democracy, European Union has emerged as an important voice. All right. So the answer is a very clear yes, that if we compare it with NAFTA, if we compare it with ASEAN, or if we compare it with SAARC, the European Union clearly seems to be the most successful example, right? Now, account for its successes and also some of the recent challenges that it has faced. We have accounted for the success through example or through theoretical traditions. Now, what are some of its recent challenges? So, some of its recent challenges are also very clear. One, if functionalism talks about technical cooperation leading to wider cooperation or wider support for cooperation, it also presents the difficulty of bureaucratization and increasingly technical nature of European Union regulations. So, European Union has faced the acquisition of democratic deficit. All right, that rules which are being made by technocrats and bureaucrats. The common people don't have much of a say in terms of formulation of rules. So this is called democratic deficit. That's one major challenge. This has strengthened what is called Euroscepticism. All right, this has strengthened Euroscepticism, which is a distrust in the value of European Union or membership of European Union, as exemplified by Brexit. Right, that is the second challenge. On normative issue, there is a lack of consensus evident within European Union. For example, on issue of migration and refugees. All right, there is clearly a lack of consensus when it comes to approach on migration and refugees. So, for example, countries like Romania or countries at the border of the European Union have a narrowly nationalist view on the matters of migration and refugees, an ethnocentric view. And countries like Germany, which are the most important major powers within the European Union, have adopted a much more liberal view on the matter. So, European Union as a whole on this normative question on migration and refugees lacks consensus. Next, it is the values or ideals that European Union wants to promote, like democracy. So, for example, in recent times, Hungary under Viktor Orban has defined itself as an illiberal democracy. All right. So, even on democratic norms within European Union, there are differences between members, right? And lastly, the most important thing is Russia. So, traditionally, the European Union lacked a clear strategic approach towards Russia, where on the one hand, it emerged as the most important market for Russian energy sources. On the other hand, it continued to have strategic and political differences with Russia. All right. So, in recent times, another difficulty that Europe has faced or European Union has faced is to come up with a coherent approach regarding Russia. Okay? So, these are the limitations, challenges. Right? Now, these challenges have to be dealt by European Union For example, it needs to address the issue of democratic deficit by allowing for greater transparency and accountability in regulations affecting common citizens of European Union. All right, एक example दे देते हैं. So for example, European Union has decided to prioritize import of agricultural commodities from Ukraine. Now this has created difficulties for the farmers in countries like Germany or countries like France. All right. तो यहाँ पे European Union needs to create a greater space in terms of decision making to take into account the disenchantment or dissatisfaction in different groups like farmers. Number two, because of the Russia-Ukraine war, the European Union now finds itself under the compulsion to adopt a unified approach towards Russia, meaning conflict has clarified the situation much more for the European Union, right? It cannot now have two ways of dealing with Russia. And number three, there is a need for European Union to engender greater debate on the issues of migrants and refugees. Why? Given that economies like Germany now are facing recession and there is a clear economic logic for a liberal migration framework. All right? तो यूरोपियन यूनियन को सुधार की जरूरत है, ये कह के आप समाप्त कर सकते हैं. माइग्रेशन का इशू एक क्लासिक इशू है, राइट? बिकॉज if you see, India also wants European Union to adopt a liberalized approach on migration issues, right? We take a break of 5 minutes if it is fine with you, and then we go to section B, all right, which is India and the world. Break of 5 minutes.
Does the vast syllabus of general studies for the UPSC Prelims overwhelm you to initiate your preparation for the civil services examination? Is your apprehension and self-doubt coming in the way of your success in joining the civil services? Comprehend your preparation for UPSC Prelims 2025 with the fast-track course targeting general studies with innovative curriculum, revision and mentorship. Starting from 19th November at 1 p.m, the course offers coverage of UPSC GS Prelims subjects, dedicated mentorship support and guidance for performance maximization, access to PT 365 classes for current affairs preparation, sectional mini tests for regular assessment and performance, personalized student portal to access study material, access to live and online classes. Enroll today and make prelims your stepping stone to proceed to the UPSC mains.
Okay, next section, section B of this paper, paper 2, as the syllabus says, India and the world, right? So in the previous section we saw that wherever we get an opportunity, we bring in India's position, mainly in terms of providing solutions, mainly towards conclusion. All right? In this, we lead with India's position. Our answer first basis is awareness of India's official, formal position, and then only scholarly commentaries on those, right? So here is the question, as you could see right in front of you. The question is, I will read from here, for you it is visible right in front of you. So the first question is, India must strive to become a semi-permanent member of the UNSC rather than a permanent member without the right to veto. Comment, 10 marks. Very clearly, this is a question which can be both understood through static sources as well as current affairs. All right? Why? Because India's aim of becoming a permanent member of the Security Council is publicly known for a very long time. तो अगर आप कोई भी किताब पढ़ रहे हो, स्टैटिक किताब पढ़ रहे हो, किसी डिप्लोमेटिक किताब पढ़ रहे हो, उसमें अगर ये एस्पेक्ट कवर्ड है तो ये बात आपको समझ में आती है. दूसरा, on this matter the debate also has been long standing. So you understand, on the one hand India has its position and it shares its position with G4 countries. On the other hand, the major counterfoil to G4's position is uniting for consensus or coffee club position. ठीक है. और ये coffee club का idea है that rather than expanding the permanent category, there should be creation of a non-permanent category, which means elected members for longer term or longer term tenure, longer period. ठीक है जी. चलिए, आपको जब इतना समझ में आ गया तो एक और चीज करंट अफेयर्स कहाँ आती है इसमें. Every year in UN debates there is a debate on UN reform. All right, every year when, let's say, there is the beginning of UN General Assembly session in September, Prime Minister went there this year, there is this issue which is touched upon, right? So at the beginning of this year, 2024, in the month of March, Ambassador Ruchira Kamboj put forward India's view in consonance with the G4. All right, India took the lead and put forward the view of G4. ठीक है जी. And Ambassador Kamboj was critical of the view of uniting for consensus, right? तो चलिए, अब आपको एक कंप्लीट आइडिया लग गया कि ये क्वेश्चन आते कहाँ से हैं, क्योंकि अभी आप पूछते हैं सोर्सेस क्या है, कैसे प्रिपेयर करें. बोथ स्टैटिक एंड करंट अफेयर्स, if you are regular and committed, you don't have any dearth of this sources. So one, the idea of UNSC reforms, India's idea of UNSC reforms can be your starting point. All right, that India has consistently advocated for a reformed United Nations Security Council to ensure the credibility and effectiveness of the peace and security function of the UN, right? This is what India says. Reform, why? Because only when you reform you can remain credible and effective, right? So India's position. ठीक है. चलिए. Second, however, this long-standing aim of India is yet to be realized, right? And this points at the difficulty of the reform process. Now, in this context, some have argued that rather than an unending wait for becoming a permanent member, India should accept a compromise, position of compromise, to become a non-permanent member of the UNSC. All right? Chali, whose view is this? So there are many scholars who have said this. For example, Professor CSR Murthy is a well-known scholar in terms of international organizations from India, who has pointed out that this view as a pragmatic compromise. All right, this is something that India should do. Now, this would ensure India an enhanced profile in the United Nations Security Council, and it can be a starting point for the ultimate goal of acquiring a permanent membership with veto, right? So it would have these benefits. And lastly, this position has greater chances of consensus in or even in the face of opposition by the Uniting for Consensus. Meaning Uniting for Consensus group can accept this, there can be a wider consensus, and this reform is easier, right? Enhanced profile of India, it would provide India an opportunity to work further for the larger goal, and this is easier to achieve. All right? Okay. The second idea is expansion of the Security Council and India becoming a member without veto, a permanent member without veto, meaning expansion of the category of membership, but not the quality of permanent member, which is veto. So India has displayed its willingness for being flexible in the interest of UN reforms. All right. If these reforms make the UN representative and address the concerns because of which reforms have been demanded in the first place, right? So one, you are showing what is the merit of this argument. Two, you are showing that another argument has been permanent category membership without veto. And three, you are showcasing that India is not adamant on any fixed position. India is flexible. India's goal is not narrow of acquiring a position for itself. India's goal is to enhance the functioning of the UN, reform which should help UN gain credibility and effectiveness. All right. So thereby, that's why I mentioned India's position expressed by Ambassador or India's permanent representative to the United Nations recently. So here, what India is saying is this, that there should be one time-bound reforms of the UN. There should be a commitment to a timeline. Number two, India has been advocating the reflection of this commitment by the adoption of a text-based negotiation, that the negotiations should move forward beyond the what is called the intergovernmental negotiation to text-based negotiation. All right, कि ये होना चाहिए, ये ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. Currently, it is called intergovernmental negotiation process. India says it should be on the basis of draft circulated among the members, comments recorded, and then progress also notified. Right. Third, India is saying that any such reform should ensure that there is adequate representation. Right. So, for example, India says one of the problems with the UNSC is that it is both unrepresentative and underrepresentative. There is lack of representation and there is underrepresentation. Right. So India has been advocating that these reforms should not only include the G4 claimants, but also should bring representation to unrepresented parts of the world, mainly Latin America and the Caribbean and Africa. So thereby, as opposed to this, the uniting for consensus position has been reforms of the UNSC by increasing the non-permanent category members and expanding the tenure of non-permanent category members. All right. So this is the proposal of uniting for consensus. What is India's response? So one, India's response is that this position does not reflect the larger consensus. All right, that it goes against the larger consensus. Larger consensus meaning among the African countries, G4, L69 group of countries. Two, it does not addresses the problem that the UNSC has, which is the asymmetry of power between permanent members and non-permanent members. It is precisely because permanent members of veto that they have a special role in the functioning of the UNSC. So the proposal of the Uniting for Consensus Club, or the idea that India should become a non-permanent member, does not address the actual problem, which is power asymmetry between non-permanent and permanent members. And lastly, it does not help the United Nations Security Council gain credibility. All right. So the proposal is there, it has certain merits. The proposal by and large is associated with the position of uniting for consensus. India is open to all ideas. However, this idea is flawed because it does not adequately address the requirements because of which the idea of UNSC reform has been championed by India. Right? आपने ये बता दिया और उसके बाद आप कहेंगे कि भाई for India to achieve its goal of comprehensive UNSC reform, it needs to continue working with the P5 countries to commit them to a time frame and text based negotiation. So India को क्या चाहिए? Commitment from P5 countries. Number 2, India needs to continue its coordinating efforts with the G4 countries as well as the L69 countries including Africa to create a consensus among the widest possible group. And number 3, India can also engage with the select members of Uniting for Consensus. All right? It's not that all Uniting for Consensus countries are enemies of India. For example, in Uniting for Consensus, you have countries like Pakistan. Right? So we can take forward an approach whereby we widen our diplomacy and engage those who are opposed to the idea of UNSC reform as India wants it. And India wants expansion of both non-permanent as well as permanent categories, and ideally the extension of permanent category with veto power for the new members. Right? So this is the official position. Right? Okay. चलिए आगे चलते हैं. Okay. Bhutan has historically been an ally of India, but the China-Bhutan border related issues have become a security issue for India. Discuss 10. So 1, Bhutan-China border negotiations were reopened in 2021-22. So that's why I'm saying about any relationship, current affairs of last 2 years should ideally be considered. Right? Developments of last 2 years can become a specific issue. So for example, in our test series, we had asked a question on Bhutan, relying on the fact that Prime Minister visited Bhutan this year, current affairs. But the question was about on hydropower cooperation, that one aspect. Right? UPSC went back 2 years and it brought in another aspect of relation with Bhutan, which is border. Right? So 1, how do we start? In these kinds of questions, we can start by pointing at common known jargons about any relationship. So you can start by simply saying that India's relations with Bhutan is a time-tested friendship, or India and Bhutan enjoy all-weather friendship, or India-Bhutan ties are bound by a sacred bond. All right. So these are the jargons that are talked about this relation. So when you are making your notes about every relation, have a list of these jargons, key phrases or quotes. Right? It would be handy in starting. Number 2, you can bring in China by saying that cooperation between India and Bhutan is based on not only cultural and civilizational affinity, but also commonality of views on the matters of regional strategic significance, given that both share borders with China. All right, so India-Bhutan relation, and try to bring in the issue of border and China as early as possible in the question. Right? And now you can point out to the fact that on the one hand, India-Bhutan border remains a testimony of their friendly relationship. It is an open border lacking any particular contention. On the other hand, Bhutan-China border as well as India-China border are marked by lack of trust and contentions. In this context, now you can bring in example. The developments in 2017 are a testimony of, are an example of how the territorial issues of boundary between China and Bhutan are seen to be closely linked with the security concerns of India. All right, and here you can maybe make points. Right? So number 1 point is that the final status of Bhutan-China border as determined by their negotiation would have implications for tri-junction areas. All right, tri-junction areas on borders between China, Bhutan and India. Number 2, the actions of China vis-a-vis border are often aimed at creating a wedge between India and Bhutan. For example, Ambassador Shyam Saran in 2020 argued that China raised a new claim on the Sakteng region as it wanted to put pressure on Bhutan and create differences between India and Bhutan. Number 3, the location of Bhutan is strategically important for India for the purposes of alternative connectivity to high mountainous regions of Arunachal Pradesh. All right, so Bhutan's location has a role in strategic aspects of connectivity to sensitive areas like Arunachal Pradesh. And number 4, the shared borders with Bhutan also have an important role in management of internal security issues like insurgency in India. All right. So in this context, now you will bring in how the negotiations on the border between China and Bhutan have been ongoing since the 1980s. The negotiations which had ceased after 2017 restarted in 2021 on the basis of a three-stage formula, and the current negotiations or current engagements between Bhutan and China remain of interest to India, right? So you basically bring in the context of China-Bhutan border negotiations. Going forward, it is well known that China has presented the idea of exchange to Bhutan, whereby it is offering a package where it wants to retain its influential or dominant position in areas like Doklam in exchange of territory to the north and the east. Bhutan upholding India's security sensitivity has been a critical aspect of India-Bhutan relations. Thereby, India needs to make all efforts to consolidate its ties with Bhutan so that it is able to withstand the pressure from China. On the other hand, India also needs to manage its border relations with China to reduce pressure on Bhutan. All right. And lastly, towards the conclusion, you would say, given the recent unilateral assertion and aggression by China, it is all the more important for India and Bhutan to strengthen their cooperation, right? So ये basically आपका line of argument इसमें होगा. You can quote scholars like Shyam Saran, Ambassador Shyam Saran in this matter, because he is both a China expert and he has made comments on or written extensively in recent years on Bhutan, China or Doklam, right? Second, a common scholarly reference can be about Harsh V. Pant. Why? Because every few years there is a fashion, all right? Some scholars, because of the prolific nature of their writing, they are writing on every other issue, are an important mention, all right? And similarly, you can also mention Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia. Why? Because this year, at the beginning of this year, he had written an article on India-Bhutan relations. All right. So this is the combination that you need to make, and if you can include the jargons used by External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar or Prime Minister, that's up to you. That's your creativity, right? Let's move forward. Let's go to the next question. Nothing is going to move within the WTO negotiations unless India is on board. Discuss the main reasons behind India's increasing clout in the WTO, right? So in this kind of a question, how do you start? You start by identifying one of the core tenets, consistent tenets of India's foreign policy, which is support to multilateralism. All right. So India's membership or India's involvement at the WTO is in consonance with its continued faith and support to multilateral cooperation, right? So in these kinds of questions, apart from fact, if you can bring in some larger conceptual context like multilateralism, it would be good, right? So this is where you can start with the introduction. Number 2, India's involvement in the WTO is important both from the perspective of safeguarding its national interest as well as shaping the external milieu or external economic milieu favorably, right? So augmenting its national interest and shaping the international milieu favorably. In recent times, the role of India at WTO has become significant as a consensus maker. Number 1, that India is a consensus maker. Number 2, as a champion for the issues and interest of countries of global south. All right, bring in the term, the jargon global south. This is the flavor of the season, right? Rather than simply saying developed and developing country, saves the word also, as the champion of the issues of global south. Number 3, in recent times when the WTO is facing a crisis primarily rooted in great power competition, countries like India have an important role in safeguarding the multilateral rules-based order or multilateral rules-based trading order operated by the WTO, right? So as a safeguard against undermining of WTO by great power rivalry. Consensus maker, champion of the issues of global south, and safeguarding WTO as a multilateral institution in light of great power competition. ठीक है, ये 3 आपके major themes हो सकते हैं. Now thereby you identify one area. For example, India being a member of what is called the group of 5 in agricultural negotiations at WTO is a testimony of it, right? So how does WTO function? WTO has 166 members. All of these members are represented in the general body, but ultimately negotiations can't take place between 164 members. So some countries, on the basis of criteria like the share of agricultural production, etc., value of agricultural production, etc., are considered to be representative of the views of larger categories of countries, right? And then there is informal negotiation between these groups. So India has been a member of what is called the group of 5 in the matter of agriculture. That this is the group, and thereby India has been instrumental in raising issues like finding a permanent solution for public food stock holding. Number 2, entering into a compromise with the US on this basis for the adoption of trade facilitation agreement. All right. So India consistently raised the issue कि इसका permanent solution ढूंढना पड़ेगा public food stock holding का. When the US gave assurance to India that in the next meetings of WTO there would be a permanent solution which would be agreed upon, and in the interim there would be a peace clause, then India withdrew its opposition to trade facilitation agreement. So the passage of trade facilitation agreement in 2017 is an example of how India holds the key for progress in the agenda of WTO, right? And in recent times, while there has been a logjam at the WTO, India has consistently argued for or argued against the inclusion of areas like e-commerce or data governance in WTO negotiations agenda, meaning India's veto or India's opposition or India's reservation on certain issues has been instrumental in certain groups of countries, developed countries, not being able to hijack the agenda of the WTO. ठीक है जी, ये आप देख सकते हैं इस मामले में. And number 3, India in recent times has put forward constructive ideas for the reform of the WTO. तो जैसा मैंने पिछले क्वेश्चन में आपको बताया था, one of the ideas that India has is, in order to retain the consensus in WTO, what is required is WTO should strictly be limited to trade related issues, right? There should be an identification of how the issues of security have to be discussed at UNSC. Climate change is ideally discussed at process like COP, and it is only purely trade issues which should be discussed at the WTO, right? So this is how you can put forward India's role through examples and identifying major themes, right? Now the next question. Discuss the rationale behind replacing Asia-Pacific strategy with the new term Indo-Pacific strategy. अब इस तरह के क्वेश्चन में क्या करें? तो एक फैशन है. क्या फैशन है भाई? These kinds of terms you would see increasingly being used, right? Geopolitics, geoeconomics, geostrategy, right? So the intent of this question is so broad that you need to use certain broad classification to highlight the intent. So why has this happened? All right. तो इस तरह के क्वेश्चन में इस तरह के टर्म्स का यूज है, right? So how do you start? You start by identifying how the change into Indo-Pacific strategy is primarily rooted in fundamental factors like geography, right? So you can start creatively by pointing out that the term Indo-Pacific is rooted in the increasing importance of oceans or maritime domain in global affairs, right? And if you want to bring in jargon here, you can very lightly bring in the jargon of rimland, right? The value of oceans was also highlighted by the strategic thinkers of the past, mainly Spikeman, when they articulated the rimland theory, right? So one, why is the Indo-Pacific becoming important as compared to Asia-Pacific? Because the maritime domain itself is becoming important, right? Number 2, Prime Minister of India had given a speech at Shangri-La Dialogue 2018. There he had said that the countries of ASEAN or the Southeast Asia region, both geographically and civilizationally, is a bridge between Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean. So it means that it is rooted in the ideas of history, in the idea of civilization, for example, as exemplified by interactions between India, traders from India, the Chola Empire, and Southeast Asia, right? You must have noticed that the name of Port Blair has now been changed to Vijayapuram, all right? And there is the kingdom of Vijaya, right, nearby. So interactions between Indian Ocean region, India, and Southeast Asia is a civilizational factor. So it is an acknowledgement of civilizational interaction. It is also rooted in geopolitics. One, the particular focus of countries in safeguarding the maritime domain on issues of maritime safety, safety of shipping lanes, has not only been expressed in Indian Ocean region but also in the Indo-Pacific region and in transition regions like Strait of Malacca, right? So countries locally and regionally have converged on common issues of maritime security, maritime safety, safety of sea lanes of communication, right? Then geoeconomics. The global trade, in the global trade, maritime domain or the oceans are the major conduit. So the increasing importance of sea lanes of both Pacific Ocean, Indian Ocean, and the links between them in global trade have also made this transition possible, right? For example, rise of India as a significant economy, rise of China as a significant economy. So it is rooted in this geoeconomics also, and it is further stressed by the current emphasis on supply chain resilience or safeguarding of supply chains, right? So that is the geoeconomics. Plus in geoeconomics you can also include examples like the current trade negotiations or trade agreements, IPEF and RCEP, right? Or free trade agreement between India, ASEAN, India, Japan, and more recently India and Australia. ठीक है, तो ये जियो इकोनॉमिक्स हो गया. आप इस तरह के फैक्टर्स बता सकते हैं. एंड जियो स्ट्रैटेजी. सो increasingly countries across both Indian and Pacific Ocean regions have been arguing about a rules-based order safeguarding freedoms of nation, freedom of navigation, freedom of overflight, and upholding of values like sovereignty and territorial integrity. This seen in the backdrop of increasing unilateralism and assertiveness of China in South China Sea and the adoption of an Indo-Pacific approach and Indo-Pacific policy by United States is another region, right? So these are the broad regions which overlap with India's interest also. So in view of this, you would see India articulated its Indo-Pacific approach in 2018 Shangri-La Dialogue speech of the Prime Minister. Number two, India has created an Indo-Pacific division in the Ministry of External Affairs. Number three, in 2019, India has adopted or India had announced an Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. Number four, India continues to engage in Indo-Pacific centered coalitions, dialogues and relations, for example, Quad, for example, relations with Japan, for example, dialogues such as IPEF, right? So now the second part you can show that since the value of Indo-Pacific is established, what India is doing, all right? Now in the conclusion you can then highlight how India's view of the Indo-Pacific is broad-based and based on positive factors of cooperation. However, the meaning and scope of cooperation in the Indo-Pacific is in the process of being defining. Here, India has an opportunity to play a leadership role, right? The scope of cooperation in the Indo-Pacific is in the process of defining or being defined. Here India has the scope for playing a leadership role, right? चलिए जी, यहाँ पे आप एस जयशंकर इंडिया वे कोट कर सकते हैं. For example, as Jayashankar said that for India to get its Indo-Pacific strategy right, it first needs to have its Indian Ocean approach in order, right? Meaning India's vision of the Indo-Pacific is wide, but it is still particularly rooted in India's interest in the Indian Ocean region, right? Okay, chaliye. Next question. Despite deep ties, India's relations with Sri Lanka have seen strains due to China's growing influence in Sri Lanka through investments and economic dominance. Analyze. This question in part was expected, that China, Indian Ocean region, China, India's neighborhood. This is an expected theme, all right? But we have seen that in the test, for example, we included questions regarding Indian Ocean region, we included questions regarding Maldives, what has happened in Maldives, right? So UPSC has used the variable of Sri Lanka. So one predictable variable was that you can expect a question on China's increasing role in India's neighborhood in the Indian Ocean region, right? So to that extent, it is an expected question. Now, Sri Lanka has been added. But the points are very similar, whether you were studying Maldives or you are studying Sri Lanka. Maldives was in current affairs, UPSC did not ask it, it included Sri Lanka, right? So broadly the points would be similar. Number one, you can start by identifying the geopolitics of South Asia. How so? You can start by saying that Sri Lanka has a prominent place in India's neighborhood first and Sagar strategies. All right, so in the first introduction itself, you brought in two policy frameworks and you highlighted how Sri Lanka is situated, right? It has a central place in India's neighborhood first as well as Sagar strategies or Sagar approaches. Thereby you are highlighting the fact that it's our maritime neighbor. So geopolitics of South Asia, which means if you look at South Asia, some countries are continental in nature, landlocked, they don't have any coast. Some countries have coast, we share borders with them, maritime boundaries with them, but countries like Sri Lanka are island countries, all right? So neighborhood first has both continental and maritime aspects. Sagar is about India's maritime policy, right? So you traced Sri Lanka into it. Now, in this context, you can very quickly identify, however, the location or the geostrategically significant location of Sri Lanka has also been attractive to external powers. And in recent times, China has taken a keen interest in consolidating its presence in India's neighborhood, including Sri Lanka, right? So in the second aspect, we are showing China's location as in India's neighbor is important, but Sri Lanka's location as an island is also attractive for strategic purposes, and thereby China has made an effort to consolidate its presence. Number two, you can identify that the recent periods of political transitions in Sri Lanka have provided China a greater opportunity, right? So what is the example? The example is the period between 2009 to 2014, whereby India voted in favor of resolutions calling for international probe into human rights violation during civil war in Sri Lanka, and China continued to support Sri Lanka, right? So then the point being this, the recent political transitions in Sri Lanka accompanied by a rise in anti-India sentiment have further provided China an opportunity, right? So this is evident in, now what is the evidence? China acquiring a leading role in infrastructure investments in Sri Lanka. How so? Hambantota is a most commonly known example. Second, Sri Lanka has also endorsed China's Belt and Road Initiative. Third, the recent docking of China's ships like Yuan Wang 5 have also raised concern in India. So ये current affairs के aspect आप ले आइए in terms of the rising profile of China, right? So क्या कहा? Investments, economic dominance. The debt equity swap resulting in 99 years lease of Hambantota port to Chinese companies raises the prospects of China acquiring a permanent presence in India's neighborhood, to which India has expressed its opposition, right? तो ये आपने बता दिया कि ये चाइना का रूल है. Now, however, the relations between India and Sri Lanka are much deep rooted as compared to relations between China and Sri Lanka. It is highlighted in not only the cultural and civilizational factors of affinity, but also in economic facts of relations. For example, Sri Lanka being the first South Asian country with which India signed a free trade agreement. India consistently remaining among the top trading partners of Sri Lanka, and India's commitment of more than $3 billion US as development assistance to the island country. Next, you will highlight furthermore, in the context of recent economic crisis of Sri Lanka, India played a positive role further consolidating its position as a first responder in crisis situation for the neighbors. While China's profile in Sri Lanka is certainly on the rise, India has also taken steps to consolidate its traditional ties. However, given the larger economic size of China or the larger scope of China's checkbook diplomacy, India needs to continue finding creative ways of not only countering China's ambitions but also consolidating its position as a credible development partner to the neighboring countries. All right, and now you bring in something which is current affairs. So you must have during this process seen that Sri Lanka has witnessed an election. The new president, who is of Marxist ideological orientation, has also acknowledged India's constructive role in providing economic assistance during the crisis. And this, you say, is the highlighting the fact that while China may have a larger checkbook, India has a much deeper goodwill. All right, or factors like geography and history favoring it, right? So this is something that you can do in this kind of a question. Now let's go back to question number 6A. Would you concur with the view that of late India's foreign policy has been in transition mode from Nehruvianism to neoliberalism? Support your answer with the help of suitable examples. So now in the test series we had asked a question about analyzing the personal, national and systemic factors behind India's ideational foreign policy. So there is a much acknowledged factor that India's foreign policy is seen in terms of its evolution passing through different phases, right? So you can use many scholars here. So for example, Sumit Ganguly, if you have read his book, Professor Sumit Ganguly has given a classification. C. Raja Mohan also has talked about this classification, phases of India's foreign policy, transition in India's foreign policy. More recently, Dr. S. Jaishankar has also talked about different phases of India's foreign policy, right? So again, it is fairly static question, You are reading newspaper regularly, or if you are reading these kinds of scholars or their books, you will find this theme there, right? Now, do you agree? So one, there has to be an acknowledgement of the fact that India's foreign policy has underwent transformation through different phases, right? So we always talk about continuity and change in foreign policy. By and large, there is continuity in foreign policy, but it changes because time also changes, right? So one, you can quote in questions on foreign policy, it's ideal to quote somebody like Jayant Bandyopadhyay, right? Because he has written a seminal book on making of India's foreign policy, right? So you can acknowledge that the initial years of independent India's foreign policy were characterized by idealism and internationalism, and many of the historians of foreign policy or the practitioners have linked it with the persona of the first Prime Minister, Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru. All right, Jayantanuja Bandyopadhyay or V.N. Khanna, whosoever's book you are reading, right? So these are books about history of India's foreign policy. They acknowledge that there is idealism, internationalism, and this is associated with the personality of Jawaharlal Nehru. However, scholars like, now you can quote anyone, Sumit Ganguly, C. Raja Mohan, they have also observed that India's foreign policy did not remain static. If idealism was the hallmark of what is called the Nehruvian era, non-alignment, idealism, internationalism, third world, solidarity. These are the highlights of the Nehruvian period. The transformation were brought about by concrete situations or changes like war with China. All right. So scholars like Sumit Ganguly or C. Raja Mohan or S. Jaishankar, they have argued that India's foreign policy transitioned from this idealist phase, which can also be defined as Nehruvian phase, to a self-help centered phase after the 1962 war, with greater focus on augmenting material capabilities. However, even in this period, the overarching framework remained the Nehruvian idealism. Scholars like C. Raja Mohan point out that after 1992, with the changes in the external scenario, collapse of Soviet Union, end of Cold War, and immediate domestic priorities, for example, dealing with the economic crisis, balance of payment situation, India needed to adopt a pragmatic tone. So even Shashi Tharoor argues that while Nehruvianism was a dominant framework, it has been on a decline since the 1990s in India's foreign policy. And insofar as the transition from Nehruvian mode of foreign policy to neoliberalism is concerned, it can be best identified with the turn in India's economic policy or India's move towards economic liberalization. Scholars like C. Raja Mohan argue that since the 1990s, India's foreign policy has acquired more of a pragmatic tone, which means that political and ideological issues are secondary to the primary economic interests of India. So in India's foreign policy, the primacy now is to immediate national interests or the economic issues as compared to the ideological or political issues of the past. So this is the extent of the neoliberal transition to neoliberalism. However, India's foreign policy, remember, at any given point in time is a mix of idealism and pragmatism, right? So you cannot ever argue that there is no idealism, right? So even when India's foreign policy has clearly transcended beyond Nehruvianism, it retains the elements of idealism because they are rooted in India's civilizational values as well as constitutional values articulated in Article 51. And now you can quote S. Jaishankar, many of his quotes in recent times have been about this, right? That India stands in world politics today as a country which is not shy of advancing its national interest, but it also is not willing to compromise on the ideals, and it then advocates a rules-based order. All right. So there is always continuity which is accompanied by change. Nothing completely changes. For the sake of it, since the name Nehruvianism has been associated, of course you can say that there has been a transition, right? You don't go back and refer to Nehru or Nehruvian consensus all the time. 1992 onwards, it's also clear that economic interests of India have become primary, And in more recent times, India's foreign policy has adopted an assertive tone where India articulates its national interests and prioritizes them, but at the same time, India continues to articulate its position in terms of idealism. All right. For example, now you may have heard many jargons: India as Vishwamitra, India is Vishwabandhu, right? So this is the idea that India continues to be pragmatic as well as ideal, practical as well as ideal, right? And thereby India's foreign policy has become more pragmatic. So you don't say completely that there has been a shift to neoliberalism. Insofar as economic issues have acquired primacy, of course, this can be seen as a transition. But ultimately, India's foreign policy can be termed as more pragmatic, right? Let's go forward. Let's look at the next question.
Completing the syllabus without proper knowledge of current affairs will not take you far in the UPSC Civil Services examination. Regulate and transform your preparation with complete coverage of news of relevance. Get a concrete hold of current affairs for UPSC CSE with Vision IS Monthly Current Affairs Revision Program starting from 20th September at 5 p.m. The program is your guide to get comprehensive news on one platform sourced through relevant resources such as The Hindu, Indian Express, Economic Times, PIB, Yojana and others. Enroll for complete coverage of current affairs including Indian polity and constitution, economy, international relations, and more. Comprehensive assessment of preparation through MCQs and mains-oriented questions. Expert support through personalized mentoring and online doubt resolution.
Does the idea of 21st century as Asian century continue to remain feasible given the growing friction between India and China? So about this question, I have to tell you that now this is a theme which attracts our attention to this fact. When you are looking at China, there are two ways of looking at it: bilateral aspects of India's relations with China and systemic aspects of India's relations with China. Right? Bilateral issues are important, but India and China are two large countries which can be seen to be systemically important, right? In terms of their demography, in terms of size of their economies, in terms of their global diplomatic reach, right? So there are two aspects of India-China relations that you should always look at. Now this question brings in India-China but takes the issue above the bilateral in the idea of Asian century, right? So what is the idea of Asian century? So traditionally, 19th century is viewed as the century of Europe, where Europe played a prominent role in shaping global outcomes. 20th century, moreover, is seen as the era of Pax Americana, where the United States is a leading power and an influential power in terms of shaping global outcomes. Similarly, because of the demographic and economic potential of Asia, the argument is that in the 21st century, Asia or Asian countries would play a leading role in determining the outcomes in matters of economy as well as security, right? So this is the basic idea, that 21st century is seen to be the century where Asian countries would have an overarching role in shaping global outcomes, right? So one, you articulate this idea of Asian century. Two, India since its independence has adopted an approach of solidarity between Asian countries for Asian century to be realized, right? How do we know this? India had hosted Asian Relations Conference in 1947 month of April. So independent India's foreign policy acknowledged the value of Asian solidarity, and India in its relations with China has consistently argued about enough space for India and China to grow simultaneously peacefully as important Asian powers. It is also reflected in elements like Panchsheel, which is a statement of expectation. However, China over the years has undermined these expectations. In the initial years, by imposing a war on India, China undermined the expectations of Panchsheel and India's hope for Asian solidarity. Increasingly in the 21st century, as Ambassador Shamsaran has written a book, How China Sees India. How India Sees the World, एक और book है, अभी recent उनकी book आई, How China Sees India. As Ambassador Shamsaran argues, India is increasingly a receding image in China's rear view mirror, right? Which means what? That as China has acquired greater momentum of economic growth, its vision of Asian century are based on Chinese dominance in Asia as a stepping stone towards its global domination. Meaning, China's economic growth has been accompanied by its unilateralism, aggression, assertion, and thereby a vision of Asia which is narrow. All right? And the vision of an Asian century as supported or articulated by India is also undermined by China's conduct as seen in, number one, now bring in some issues. China's conduct at the LAC. China's violation of agreements arrived at in the past. China's aggression and unilateralism in Southeast Asia, South China Sea. Right? So you gave some examples of what China is doing and how it is undermining. However, now you bring in India again. So if you see, for example, the speech of External Affairs Minister 2022, he says that there are two views of Asian century. One, that narrow view that Asia belongs to Asians. A view which, for example, powers like Japan had espoused when Japan became an imperial power. Right? And the other is that Asia has a rightful place in global politics. Asia's voice should be recognized, which is something that India acknowledges. So for India, Asian century has wider meaning. Unlike China, India argues that, or Dr. S. Jaishankar had argued that, an Asian century requires acknowledging the diversity of Asia, including diversity of leadership. All right. So unlike China, India is advocating for a multipolar Asia. Right? Acknowledging Asia's diversity, including diversity of leadership. That is the crux for realizing the dream of Asian century. And in this context, India's increasing cooperation with countries all around Asia, including Japan in East Asia, ASEAN in Southeast Asia, UAE in West Asia, holds the promise of upholding the aim of Asian century. Whereas China's conduct continues to undermine this particular vision. Right? So you have to differentiate between, after showcasing how China is challenging or constraining this idea of Asian century, you have to differentiate between the idea of Asian century as India holds and as other holds. Right? And quoting somebody like N.S. Jaishankar in this particular context is more relevant. All right? Either you quote him through India Way, or quote him through the speech as I mentioned here, or quote him through Why Bharat Matters. Right? You have to present India's view. Let's go forward to the next question. Question number 6. See, Now this is a theme which is very well expected this year, Global South, right? Discuss the potential role that India could play as the leader of the Global South in realizing the goal of establishing a new international economic order in the 21st century. Now I'll remind you of a few things. One, both the term Global South and the term New International Economic Order are mentioned in the syllabus directly as it is. All right. So when you are visualizing the syllabus, try to combine various terms of syllabus to imagine if UPSC bases a question on terms of syllabus, what combinations can be made. Syllabus को ऐसे statically नहीं देखना है, syllabus को देखना है कि भाई syllabus के जो word हैं वो question form करते हैं, right? So discuss the potential role that India could play as the leader of the Global South in realizing the goal of establishing a new international economic order in the 21st century. The idea of new international economic order, remember, is an idea which is advocated by a large group of countries which were categorized as third world countries, primarily at platforms like non-aligned movement and G77. All right, why? Because the way they saw international economic governance arrangement, their problem was that it primarily showcases the concerns of or the interest of the developed world. And their development priorities, meaning the development priorities of third world, are not reflected in the economic arrangements of governance globally. So that's why non-aligned movement, G77 countries came up with the idea of new international economic order. ठीक है, ये एक historic idea है. But generically, what does it mean? It means a more equitable world, right? Where, for example, the views of the Global South are represented at important forums. So now you would recall that this is basically what India said when India hosted the first Voice of Global South Summit in January 2023. Or at G20, India said that one of its priorities would be to bring the voices of Global South to the international arena. And more recently, India this year hosted the third Voice of Global South Summit. ठीक है जी, चलिए. So that's why you would see, for example, in the test series of questions were catering to this. To what extent has India's economic rise eroded its advocacy of issues of the Global South? All right. Second, discuss the significance of India's engagement with G77 process in its interaction with the Global South. G77 summit took place at the beginning of this year in Kampala, Uganda. All right. Third, critics argue while most institutions continuously work to enhance their scale and effectiveness, multilateral development banks have experienced stagnation. In light of the recommendation from the independent expert group commissioned by Indian G20 presidency, suggests measures to address this stagnation. Meaning India, when it was chairing the G20, it prioritized reform of the multilateral development bank, multilateral financial institutions, by appointing an independent expert group. Next question. India and China have taken very different approaches to promote the developing countries' demands for change in the international economic and financial system. So India's approach is part of this question also. How does India's digital public infrastructure model, recognized as a significant technology innovation from the Global South, exemplify the potential for transformative impact on global scale? All right. So if you are practicing, if you are reading newspaper, this means that this whole year, this theme was playing out, right? So there are general questions, there are particular questions, meaning there was no dearth of material to write this answer. How do we argue? Start. One, you quote somebody like David M. Malone to highlight that third world solidarity has been a traditional feature of India's foreign policy, right? It is the third world that we now call Global South, right? That one, third world solidarity or solidarity with Global South is a traditional feature of India's foreign policy. You can quote any number of scholars in this, right? But I am saying David Malone, right? Does the elephant dance is his book, for example. Number 2, you highlight that this is rooted in why India has solidarity with Global South or what is called the third world countries. 2 reasons. One, rooted in civilizational values. So here you have the opportunity to use jargons like Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. Or 2, constitutional values like those of Article 51, right? And thirdly, India's own experience of being a developing country and the international milieu being not conducive for India's development interests, right? So you establish the ground of why India has solidarity. And third, in terms of India's potential to be a leader, highlight these are the factors. 1, India has consistently sided with the third world and global south in international negotiations. Give the example of India advocating special and differential treatment at WTO, India steadfastly advocating CBDR at climate change negotiations. So the values that India stands for. Number 2, give the example of how, while India has traversed the journey of its own economic development, in all phases, it has provided development assistance to countries of global south. ITEC program, which is India Technical and Economic Cooperation Program, started in 1964, right? And the Development Partnership Administration was established in 2013. And any number of initiatives, like for example FIPIC, or for example IAFS, India-Africa Forum Summit. India has announced help or assistance like line of credit, medical assistance, or scholarships. So it has been a consistent feature of India's foreign policy that it has not only stood in solidarity but also extended assistance of various kinds to developing countries. Next, more recent example. In recent times, now you will bring in the voices of Global South. As India has become a member of leading global forums like G20, India has used this membership to consistently advocate the cause of Global South, including the reform of the multilateral development banks, as well as focus on issues of focus on the impact of the current geopolitical conflicts on economic interest of countries of global south. All right. Apart from this, you can now give this particular example. For example, India took a lead in formulating an independent expert group for the reform of multilateral development bank, and India also took a lead in the formation of a global repository of digital public infrastructure, right? Third, next you give the example that India is using the multi-alignment approach to forge new triangular partnerships. Triangular partnership is another way of providing development assistance, where the one partner is from global north, another partner is from global south, and you have the beneficiary country from global south. All right. So India basically, if India has adopted multi-alignment, let's say, earlier era was of non-alignment. So even in this changed era, what India is doing is, India is using this idea to create newer avenues for addressing the economic needs of countries of global south. All right. Triangular cooperation, right? So for example, under International Solar Alliance with UK, one sun, one world, one grid, right? Under CDRI, the Resilient Islands Infrastructure Program, all right, IRIS, jiska short form, right? Now you can find many other examples. When India is participating in BRICS, for example, one of the demands of BRICS has been reform of the multilateral economic institutions, including greater representation of countries of Global South in decision making at World Bank, at IMF. ठीक है जी? At BRICS also, this is what India is doing. And in terms of expansion of the multilateral development, the new development bank NDB, India is also working to expand the reach of BRICS to the countries of Global South. You can also bring the example of IPSA, India, Brazil, South Africa dialogue, where one of the major areas of focus is financing sustainable development goals. All right. And then in the conclusion, if you are watching the news, etc., you can bring in as close examples as the Voice of Global South Summit. All right. So you have established India's potential, India's role. The only thing that you can suggest India doing is, apart from everything that you have shown, that focus on a consistent growth of Indian economy would help India mobilize resources to support its role of leader of the Global South. Meaning, for India to remain leader of Global South, India has the potential, but India needs to focus on its own economic growth as well, right? And in the conclusion, towards the conclusion, you can highlight India's position on the matter of Global South, even in the Summit of the Future, right? वहाँ पे एक Prime Minister ने speech दी. So if you are preparing for next year, अब तो ये question हो गया, जिन्होंने mains दिया है, whatever you have written is the answer, right? जो अगले साल के लिए प्रिपेयर करें उनको क्या करना है भाई? योर प्रिपरेशन स्टार्ट्स नाउ. इफ देयर वाज समिट ऑफ द फ्यूचर, डिड यू रीड इट और नॉट? डिड यू इनकॉर्पोरेट इन योर नोट्स और नॉट? यही तो आपको एज देगा, राइट? बिकॉज एवरीबडी वुड बी रीडिंग फ्रॉम द सेम सोर्स. अगर आप एक दो सिंपल अलग एग्जाम्पल लेके आएंगे तो आपका फायदा हो सकता है. लेट्स गो टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. द क्वेश्चन इज, discuss the future of SAARC in the light of India's increased focus on other regional groupings like ASEAN and BIMSTEC. ठीक है जी. अब again, regional integration, regional cooperation in South Asia, these are explicit topics in the syllabus. If you analyze the previous year's question, SAARC or other regional bodies, they have appeared in the questions, right? तो आप expect करते हैं इस तरह के questions. अब test series में, for example, जो हमने पूछा वो क्या था? इन द एब्सेंस ऑफ प्रोग्रेस एट सार्क, व्हाट अल्टरनेटिव अप्रोचेस हैज इंडिया प्रेफर्ड इन रीसेंट ईयर्स टू प्रमोट रीजनल कोऑपरेशन एंड इंटीग्रेशन इन इट्स नेबरहुड? ऑलराइट. दूसरा, एनालाइज इंडियाज अप्रोच टू रीजनल इंटीग्रेशन इन रीसेंट डिकेड्स, राइट? नाउ हाउ डू यू स्टार्ट? यू स्टार्ट बाय ए, प्रोवाइडिंग अ बैकग्राउंड ऑफ सार्क. ऑलराइट. दैट सार्क वाज एस्टैब्लिश्ड इन 1985 as an institution as a mechanism to institutionalize regional cooperation in South Asia, right? इस तरह के words, institutionalization of regional cooperation, इस तरह से express करना would give you a better chance, right? So it was established in 1985 to institutionalize regional cooperation. However, now very quickly identify. However, in more than 3 decades of its existence, SAARC has not been able to fulfill this promise. All right? Or SAARC has lagged progress in this area. Thereby, in India's view, the limitations of SAARC are evident. Right? So, for example, S. Jaishankar a few years back had said that while there are problems at SAARC, India views BIMSTEC for its opportunity, for its energy and synergy, right? So it's very clear that because of logjam at SAARC, countries of South Asia, including India, have made other regional groupings a priority. In this context, while on the one hand there is clearly a lack of focus on SAARC, which undermines its progress given the lack of summit, which is its highest decision making body. Second, the limitations of SAARC are rooted in fundamental factors like asymmetry, meaning the difference in size and potential of the member countries, and bilateral contentions among many of its member countries. But more notably, it is the problematic role of Pakistan, which had forced India to withdraw from the 19th summit of SAARC in 2016. Right? So currently, if you see, provide a brief assessment of SAARC. While SAARC remains functional, it is out of the headlines. And any significant progress within SAARC is not possible till the summit of SAARC resumes. For the summit of SAARC to resume, there is a need for a member like Pakistan to showcase real progress and sincerity in addressing the concerns of co-members like India on the issue of terrorism. However, this doesn't seem to be evident currently. Thereby, it's quite evident for the foreseeable future, the focus of India and many of the other countries of South Asia or the region would be on bodies like BIMSTEC, as it offers a better opportunity for promoting cooperation across areas like connectivity, trade, maritime, safety and security. However, even BIMSTEC's potential is yet to be realized. So while SAARC remains dormant, it cannot be totally written off. Alright, SAARC still remains in existence. And on the other hand, while BIMSTEC has great potential, it is yet to realize that potential. So then, if you see India's approach, actually what is happening is this. India remains a member of SAARC, but India clearly has adopted a multi-pronged approach to regional integration. One, sub-regional cooperation within SAARC is visible in the form of BBIN. Two, promotion of cooperation with neighbors of both South Asia and Southeast Asia. India has continued cooperation with BIMSTEC. Three, in the context of larger cooperation with the Indian Ocean, with the countries of Indian Ocean region, India has promoted cooperation at IORA. So in the foreseeable future, it is expected that India would continue on a multi-pronged strategy to promote regional integration and cooperation. It is also expected that SAARC mostly may remain dormant unless the fundamental conditions change, which primarily requires a change in Pakistan's approach. However, efforts would consistently be required to harness the potential of organizations like BIMSTEC. Alright? So, यहाँ पे आप इस तरह से आंसर सारे एग्जाम्पल करके कर सकते हैं. It is not necessary that you address focus on ASEAN, right? Because India is not a member of ASEAN. India's focus on ASEAN simply is in the context of extended neighborhood and ASEAN being a partner. तो ASEAN से आप ये समझो कि many of the members of ASEAN are also members of BIMSTEC. Alright? इतनी smartness आपको रखनी पड़ेगी, right? So ASEAN और BIMSTEC में overlapping membership है. चलिए, next question is critically examine India's persistent refusal to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty despite being recognized as a de facto nuclear power. Alright? Okay, India's nuclear policy, India's nuclear diplomacy, these are also Every year, you can't skip them. Every year, this is one topic that you should prepare. And by and large, the contours of it are very well defined, right? चलिए, इसके बारे में हमने डिस्कस किया था डिसआर्मामेंट के क्वेश्चन में भी थोड़ा सा, right? So again, you have to by and large represent India's position. So we had seen in the test some questions which are relevant in this context. How has India's nuclear policy and diplomacy demonstrated its strategic autonomy? So why is India not signing the NPT? One of the aspects is to safeguard its strategic autonomy, right? How has nuclear cooperation added new dimensions to India's diplomacy in the 21st century? Discuss associated challenges as well. So one, we have seen India's recognition as a de facto nuclear power is a function of the improvement in India's relations with US, primarily the Indo-US nuclear deal and accompanying signing of safeguard agreements with IAEA. तो ये पूरा प्रोसेस रहा है, ठीक है. चलिए अब इसको कैसे आंसर करें. 1, we start by highlighting India's position on the issue of nuclear weapons, right? So there are two-pronged things that you should very clearly understand. One, India, since independence, has acknowledged the potential of nuclear technology and its application, and also highlighted the destructive potential of nuclear weapons, right? So when it comes to nuclear technology, India opposed nuclear weapons, and India upheld the need for promoting scientific cooperation for peaceful use of nuclear technology. Now, India's approach supporting the peaceful use of nuclear technology and opposing nuclear weapons is seen in terms of India signing the PTBT in 1953, but India refusing to sign the NPT. All right. So what is NPT? So NPT was signed in 1970, and this treaty has 3 pillars. What are the 3 pillars of NPT? 1, promotion of cooperation in peaceful use of nuclear technology. So scientific cooperation is one pillar. Pillar number 2 is called the non-proliferation pillar, that nuclear weapons must be prevented from spreading. All right, there should be no proliferation of nuclear weapons. Number 2. Number 3, disarmament, nuclear disarmament, meaning those who have nuclear weapons should make efforts to eliminate nuclear weapons. So as far as the ideals of NPT is concerned, they are in convergence with India's own formal position. But in terms of how NPT is structured, India has problems. So for India, the problems with NPT are threefold. 1, they are discriminatory in nature because they create the category of nuclear weapon states and non-nuclear weapons state. All right, so they are not universally applicable in the same way on everyone. Discriminatory in nature. Number 2, the nuclear weapons countries as recognized, some of them had adversarial relations with India, like nuclear weapons of China. All right. Number 3, signing the NPT does not address India's strategic conundrum. When a neighboring country like China with a history of war has nuclear weapons, what security guarantees India have? So signing the NPT forecloses India's option of developing nuclear weapons. All right, that if you sign the NPT, you would be classified as a non-nuclear weapon state. And if you are a non-nuclear weapon state under NPT, that means you have a commitment not to ever develop nuclear weapons. All right, so the implication was that it constrained India's strategic options. Signing of NPT constrained India's strategic options. So these were the basis of India opposing the NPT. And over the years, these were the reasons why India has opposed the CTBT also. But in recent times, there have been arguments that since there has been by and large a normalization of India in terms of nuclear commerce, India should sign the NPT. It would have these advantages. 1, it would add to India's credibility. 2, it may strengthen India's claim or smoothen India's claim to be a permanent member of the Security Council, as well as India's membership of the NSG, Nuclear Suppliers Group. So these 3 advantages are cited. But it is also highlighted that NPT itself currently has lost its relevance. So signing of NPT does not have significant benefits, new benefits for India. India already enjoys those benefits without signing the NPT. ठीक है जी? NPT has lost relevance का क्या मतलब है? Iran signed the NPT. Iran went on to develop nuclear weapons, or at least there is an accusation that it made an effort. North Korea signed the NPT. North Korea went out of the NPT, detonated nuclear weapons. NPT's non-proliferation regime is limited, and now how is NPT's disarmament regime is limited? No nuclear weapons country has made any real effort towards nuclear disarmament. So it means that NPT itself is losing its relevance. Signing it may offer certain benefits, but India already enjoys these benefits without signing the NPT. Signing of NPT would lead to creation of unnecessary international legal obligations. All right. So that's basically something which is the story that everyone should know. Now let's move forward. Next question. India and USA have become such strong strategic partners that they need not become formal allies. Comment. Interesting question about the overall aspect of India-US relation. So every year in any test series, you would see that US would be a key theme. Why? Because if you look at the question paper, if you look at the actual circumstances, US is one of the most important powers, one of the most important partners of India. Right? Explain the transformation of India-United States relationship. In this context, what should be the key priorities for the relationship over the next decade? This is one question, by and large similar to the theme intent of the earlier question. Just because something is in a quotation mark does not mean that you have to prove it. It's in inverted commas, it means it's an opinion about the relationship. It simply is asking you, showcase the important achievements of India-US relations, but at the same time also acknowledge the difficulties in these relations, meaning the scope or the need to do the work. Second question was, diaspora and democracy play important but complex roles in bilateral relations between India and the United States, meaning diaspora, democracy, these are some of the binding factors of India and United States relations. All right. And then there was another question which was about the 2+2 dialogue and its significance in the context of India-US relations. So by and large, what I'm saying is that this is something which anybody can answer. Now, how do we go about answering this? One, we need to clearly understand that India defines its close strategic relations in terms of strategic partnership. US, if you look at the US practice, it is the country which defines countries as allies, alliances. All right. So India is never going to be a part of something like a NATO, and India is never going to enter into a formal alliance, military alliance with the US. Now, military alliance, if you have to simply understand it, you understand it through the nature of NATO. NATO is based on what is called the idea of collective defense, not collective security, but collective defense, which means an attack on one is an attack on all. Everybody would respond. Now, India does not want this entanglement, right? India wants, or India traditionally did not want to promote alliance, military alliances as the way of organizing international relations. It's a traditional part of India's foreign policy which has not changed even now. Alliances, in simple terms, come with extra entanglements. All right. Partnerships allow you to retain sufficient space to not only engage in beneficial partnership, but also avoid entanglements. All right. So that's why you should notice that India does not use, अखबार में यूज होता है अलाई ये वो, और यहाँ पे भी अलाई लूजली शब्द यूज हुआ भूटान के बारे में स्टेटमेंट, बट यहाँ पे मतलब ये है कि अलायंस कैसे यूएस अलायंस शब्द को यूज करता है, कैसे यूएस ट्रेडिशनली यूएस की प्रैक्टिस है अलायंसेस का लीडर या अलायंसेस का पार्ट रहना, और कैसे ट्रेडिशनली इंडिया हैज अवॉइडेड अलायंसेस, राइट. So that's why this question was about transformation. So how has this relationship transformed? How these two different countries have come together? So when you are answering a question like US, there are lots of quotes, right? For example, Prime Minister's speech in 2016 that India and US have overcome the hesitations of history. Hesitations of history एक jargon हो गया. फिर from estranged democracies to engaged democracies. इस तरह का jargon हो गया. So this is the transformation that you have seen, right? So one, you clearly start by using a jargon which is India and United States overcoming the hesitations of history have developed a comprehensive and global strategic partnership. All right? तो यहाँ jargon क्या है? Comprehensive and global strategic partnership. Some jargons are used in the question, some jargons you use for impact. The basis of this partnership is similarities of values as well as convergence in interests, right? So similarity of values, democracy, both are democracies, world largest democracy, world oldest democracy, plus convergence of interest, world largest economy, world's fastest growing economy with a large market, right? So this is what has driven the relations. However, traditionally, the foreign policies of India and United States have developed in their own historical contexts. Acknowledging this is also essential. Whereby the US traditionally has led or been part of military alliances, especially during Cold War in its competition with the USSR. India, as part of its non-aligned approach, has consistently criticized military alliances and is not comfortable in entering military alliance. So the framework of partnership between India and US has to be seen as a middle ground between these two countries with much convergence but also historical divergence. So in this context, the designation of India as a major defense partner by US in 2016 is a case in point. All right. India and US defense relations have grown based on factors of complementarity, where US is world's largest exporter of military equipments. India is among the largest importers of military equipment. India has been on the lookout for military mobilization, including sources of defense procurement, as well as partners for augmenting its defense manufacturing capabilities. And US is a leading power in terms of defense manufacturing and defense research and development. This complementarity is further galvanized by the increasing geostrategic convergence, which is seen in two major factors. One, both India and US acknowledging or identifying China as their key strategic concern, and two, their commitment to rules-based order in the Indo-Pacific, which is reflective of their convergence in values. Thereby, the nature of India-US defense cooperation reflects or resembles the cooperation between between US and its closest military allies of NATO or non-NATO allies in matters of defense and security arrangements. All right. So, for example, the signing of foundational agreements, the recent signing of SOSA, security of supply agreement, the unfolding of DTTI in 2012 with the intent of cooperation in co-production and co-design, to now a widening of the basis of cooperation in the form of ICET, Initiative for Critical and Emerging Technologies. They are all evidence of India and US understanding the value of each other as partner, as well as acknowledging the differences in historical orientation of foreign policy. From India's perspective, it is clear that it benefits from this partnership framework without getting entangled in the burdens of US alliance. This is a reflection of India putting a premium on its strategic autonomy. So that's why, for example, at the beginning of this year, the American ambassador to India, Eric Garcetti, said that in the times of crisis, there is no strategic autonomy. And India responded to it by saying that there is always a scope for agreeing to disagree. All right. So this is basically the nature. Then you would see critically somebody like Ashley Tellis has argued that US expectation of India coming around to its foreign policy objective are misplaced. All right. So Ashley Tellis argued that US has overinvested in India. However, Harsh V. Pant argues that India's approach is evident and transparent, where India has consistently advocated for multi-alignment as a way of not only diversifying its relations, which has been helpful in opening relations with US, but also safeguarding its strategic autonomy. So the future of this relationship depends on India and US being able to understand the need for cooperation based on the convergence of values and interest, and at the same time the methods of managing the difference, right? And here you can bring in the idea of 2+2 dialogue or quad dialogue, right? So in conclusion, you can say that India and US today are two major strategic partners with more than 50 dialogue mechanisms, including the 2+2 dialogue, indicating the scope for addressing any issues of difference. All right. So इंडिया की पोजीशन क्लियर करनी है, एग्जाम्पल देना है और ये हाईलाइट करना है कि भाई in any broad relationship there cannot be a complete convergence. All right. There is convergence is a process of becoming similar. तो कन्वर्जेंस है, कोऑपरेशन हो रहा है, बट हिस्टोरिकल डाइवर्जेंस भी है ओरिएंटेशन में, दैट कैनॉट बी रिटन ऑफ, एंड देयर बाय यू हैव टू सी द रिलेशनशिप टू बिलीव दैट these are ultimately two countries which have been estranged in the past and they are engaging in the process of coming closer, meaning it's a process. All right, it is going to remain a process. Now, yes, you may, you may. For example, the obvious, so why did I mention strategic autonomy? I mentioned strategic autonomy or the statement of Ambassador Eric Garcetti because there are obvious differences between India and US when it comes to Russia. But you also see how this issue is being managed. You don't see unnecessarily harsh statements made in public. You also see in between statements whereby there is a tacit acknowledgement of India's position in US policy. But you cannot expect that US would stop expecting India to take a position similar to its own, right? So all these would go together. So you can acknowledge the differences. For example, if you go back to GS questions, there is a quote by David M. Malone, where he says that what introduces friction in India-US relations is US has failed to find an adequate place for India's ambitions in its grand strategy. Ambassador Shyam Saran also says that there are persistent irritants in the relationship. Why? Because US policy is of such nature, right? That US is accustomed to dealing with junior allies. but not an equal partner. So on the matter of Iran, Chabahar port, right? On the matter of sanctions on Iran, on the matters of Russia, there are differences, right? So these are the irritants, right? So that's why you would see that complete convergence is not possible. India would have its own issue. India would not take the same position that US takes on the matters of Russia. So that's why I said that these differences would persist. But what matters is the larger convergence and the acknowledgement of commonality of values and the scope for adjusting to these differences through dialogue. All right, 50 dialogue mechanisms, including the 2+2 dialogue. Again, it's a process. It's not an event. It has not ended. So your answer should reflect that. There is no final conclusion on this. Now, critically examine continuity and change in India's Palestine policy in the wake of ongoing Israel-Hamas war. Expected theme, of course. So this, for example, question, India's support for the Palestinian cause is an integral part of nation's foreign policy. Examine the statement in light of historic and recent developments. ठीक है जी, चलिए. तो ये क्वेश्चन क्या कह रहा है आपसे? ये क्वेश्चन ये कह रहा है कि there is a conflict going on. Please, the syllabus directly mentions Israel-Palestine conflict, right? Now combine these two. And what is the continuity? The continuity is this, that India has a long-standing position on Palestine. India has a long-standing position on Palestine, or on what is called the Israel-Palestine issue. What is the recent trend? What is the change? India has not now also articulated what is called de-hyphenation. All right? So traditionally इस issue के बारे में जैसे बात करते थे तो बात हमेशा करते थे Israel-Palestine. De-hyphenation means now India talks about Israel and Palestine. All right? तो जो बीच का हाइफन है वो, ये जो हाइफन होता है ना, हाइफन, वो हटा दिया जाए, राइट? अलग अलग रिश्ते हैं ये हमारे. So basically, how do you answer this question? By showcasing both how India's current stand is reflective of its historic stand, all right? And how India's current stand is also guided by its de-hyphenation approach, where India has been able to separate issues from each other. So one, you start by identifying or acknowledging what the MEA says. According to MEA, India's policy on Palestine is consistent and independent of any other relation. All right, this is the statement of Ministry of External Affairs, right? That India's policy on Palestine is independent, consistent and independent. Okay? Number two, you acknowledge the fact that support for Palestinian cause is an integral part of India's foreign policy. Has there been a change? No. India still supports a two-state solution. So that is the third point. That overall, India has consistently supported a two-state solution for the problems of the Palestinian, meaning that is the issue that India identifies as a core. In terms of change, what we see is, while traditionally the issues of Palestinians and relations with Israel were seen to be part of one single equation, in recent times, under the de-hyphenation approach, these two issues have been separated. All right? These two issues have been separated. So thereby, now come to the real issue. In the recent context of Israel-Hamas war, both the traditional aspects of India's foreign policy and the recent changes as under the de-hyphenation approach are instrumental. One, India, in response to Hamas's terrorist attacks on Israel, expressed solidarity and support for Israel, criticized terrorism, right? So that's something that is not saying that India supports Israel against the Palestinians. India supports Israel against terrorism or for that act. All right, that's Israel's support from terrorism. On the other hand, in the context of Israel's ongoing military operations in Gaza, India also highlighted the need for addressing the humanitarian plight of the Palestinians. In consonance with its traditional approach, India supported a General Assembly resolution calling for ceasefire in Gaza. In consonance with its traditional approach, India continued to provide humanitarian assistance to Palestinian people and also continued to provide support to the UNRWA. But on the other hand, India also has not openly or expressly criticized Israel, and it has also been reported that India provided some military supplies to Israel in this period. So this is a change from the earlier episode. Now, this is criticized by some, for example, Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad, as the dilution of India's traditional approach. But this is acknowledged or identified as part of India's pragmatic foreign policy approach by observers like Harsh V. Pant और C. राजा मोहन. तो आपको क्रिटिसाइज नहीं करना है, आपको व्यूज बताने हैं, राइट? दैट ऑन द वन हैंड ये क्रिटिसाइज किया गया, ऑन द अदर हैंड इंडिया हैज कंटिन्यूड टू प्रोवाइड assistance to the Palestinian people. And ultimately you have to highlight that, as S. Jaishankar recently also said, that the right of self-defense for a country cannot be denied. It has to be acknowledged that a country has the right to defend itself against acts of terror. But in such situations, humanitarian concerns, the principles of international humanitarian law should also be taken into consideration. So remember, in foreign policy, especially in the foreign policy of India, it's never the case of a single position. It's always on the one hand, on the other hand. Okay? So you can conclude by highlighting the statement of S. Jaishankar, and you can show that there is both continuity and change. And if you use the framework of de-hyphenation, if you understand it correctly, the task is easier. All right? It simply means that we don't see ourselves as pro-Israel and anti-Palestinian, or pro-Palestinian and anti-Israel. We don't see it as a zero-sum game. There are issues which are valid on all sides, and we are taking a position on these issues. But overall, what do we support? We support cessation of hostility, taking into consideration humanitarian costs of the current conflict, and in the long term, through diplomacy and dialogue, reaching to a solution of two-state solution as a sustainable solution to this particular issue. Chaliye, let's move on. Let's go to the next question. Discuss the implications of the scrapping of the free movement regime with Myanmar by Indian government on the complex ethno-political dynamics of northeastern region. Too many words, too many big words, right? But the crux of the question is India-Myanmar. Why is Myanmar important for India, specifically in the context of Northeast? And why did government of India take the step of scrapping of the free movement regime, right? So it is expected. UPSC has repeated Myanmar over the last few years, all right? Because Myanmar has been in news. Now you see, third year in the running, there is a question on Myanmar. Was it expected? Yes, because situation in Myanmar itself is changing, and if you look at it linked with something which was also in current affairs, situation in Manipur, it was an obvious inclusion. So that's why here the question was in one of the tests, 2547, amid the ongoing ethnic conflict and humanitarian crisis in Myanmar, what are your views on the calls for India to reassess its policy towards the country? Now this question is based on an article in the Hindu where Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia and Nandita Haksar, right? Nandita Haksar is a scholar. Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia, retired diplomat. When you are reading newspaper, you find sources like these, right? So you can use the views of retired diplomats or scholars. Like in this case, I am saying there was an article in the Hindu. Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia, Nandita Haksar had written that article, right? And now you analyze on the basis of what are India's interests with Myanmar. So how do you start? You start very simply as possible. Myanmar is considered India's gateway to Southeast Asia. With a long shared border, Myanmar's relevance also lies in or also linked with the sensitive issues in the northeastern region of India, right? So you started by pointing out at the factor of location. Myanmar as India's gateway to Southeast Asia, and long shared border is also relevant in the context of internal issues sensitive in the northeast, right? Now in this context, you highlight that the FMR regime was formalized in 2018 to promote people-to-people ties in view of shared ethnicities on both sides of the border. However, since 2021, as security situation in Myanmar has worsened, there have been concerns expressed regarding the FMR and its potential on security in India's northeast. Then you bring in the example of Manipur, whereby one aspect of the developments in Manipur were highlighted to be linked with C. Raja Mohan or Harsh Pant, right? These kinds of scholars in their writing have highlighted one link with what is happening in Myanmar, all right? And then you also highlight that in recent times, as Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia and Nandita Haksar highlight, that in recent times what has happened is the control of military junta over territory in Myanmar has weakened. More than 40% territory of Myanmar is now controlled by what are called ethnic armed groups, EAGs. And the rise of these EAGs and the weakening of the control of Myanmarese military over security issues in this region has implications for India. It was also evident in thousands of Chin refugees in Mizoram, seeking refuge in Mizoram. So the government of India's decision to scrap the FMR was justified, if you look at PIB, justified on the basis of the sensitive situation in the bordering states in northeastern region, the increased prospects of influx of refugees from war torn Myanmar in this region, and the larger prospects of implications on the ethnic composition of population in this particular region. So they were justified on the basis of the argument of national security without undermining the argument about the need for having greater people-to-people ties, right? So they were necessary, this was necessary in the context of the prevailing scenario. So once you have acknowledged this, you use many examples of ethnic groups, ethnic armed groups in Myanmar. You have to move towards the acknowledgement of the complexity of the situation and also the need for finding a solution, which is what Ambassador Rajiv or Nandita Haksar or Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia had written. They had said that since India has a long border with Myanmar, managing the fallout of the developments in Myanmar on security concerns of India make it necessary that India have a relook at the issue. Number two, the cross-ethnic ties also are an important aspect where India should take greater interest in Myanmar. Number three, the
prospects of connectivity of Northeast are linked with stability in Myanmar. For example, the Kaladan multimodal project or the India-Myanmar-Thailand highway project, they all pass through Myanmar. Number 4, China has acquired a dominating position in this particular context and may use Myanmar's territory to foment trouble in India, as has been the case in the past when there have been linkages in between insurgency in the northeast and support from China, right? So these are the factors which are acknowledged by these scholars, right? So the revocation of the FMR is also directly relevant in this context, as it helps India in consolidating the security preparedness at the border and preventing any spillover impact. However, going forward, it is essential that India adopts a multi-pronged approach of engaging with the military government as well as participating in the regional process for finding a solution to the current logjam in Myanmar. So what is this regional process? So there is a process which is being led by Thailand, which is called the Bangkok process. It has track 1.5 and track 2 dialogues. So India has been engaging in the Bangkok process, right? Track 2, track 1.5, and domestically, India needs to engage with all relevant actors from ethnic groups, civil society groups, intellectuals of this region to understand the complexity and formulate a coherent policy to respond to any implications for the Northeast of further destabilization in Myanmar. All right. तो by and large आप ये line ले सकते हैं इस particular question में. Now let's look at the question number C. India has of late chosen to debunk non-alignment in its pursuit of multi-alignment. Again, a traditional question. This question, for example, was asked in test. If India's non-alignment during the Cold War was defined by its claim of equidistance from the two blocs, its current multi-alignment is guided by national interest and the need to forge bilateral relationships. पहला, अब टेस्ट दिया आपने, टेस्ट में आपको ये स्टेटमेंट आया, concern of the question is similar. Why non-alignment and now why multi-alignment? तो आप इस कोट को यूज कर सकते हैं. This quote is that of S. Jaishankar, right? And read it again. If India's non-alignment during the Cold War was defined by its claim of equidistance from the two blocs, its current multi-alignment is guided by national interest on the need to forge bilateral relationships. ठीक है जी. Examine the statement using adequate examples. ये पूछा था, यहाँ पे आपको केवल comment करना है, right? So one, how do you start? You start by identifying or acknowledging non-alignment to be one of the foundational features of independent India's foreign policy, right? You can cite anyone in this context from Jayantanu Bandyopadhyay to Sumit Ganguly to Kanti Vajpayee, right? All of these scholars or David M. Malone, they would acknowledge, they would identify that non-alignment has been a foundational feature of independent India's foreign policy. Second, non-alignment was a product of India's own experiences and the prevailing circumstances, right? So for example, if you see determinant of foreign policy, there is internal milieu, there is external milieu. So non-alignment of India as a choice was based on India's own experience and the prevailing external milieu. इसका क्या मतलब है? Internally, non-alignment came from India's experience of colonialism, where decisions related with India were taken not in India but in the colonial power centers, right? So independence of decision making is something that was behind India choosing for going for non-alignment. External milieu, so the world had witnessed Second World War, there was increasing polarization, development of Cold War, and in this context it was clear that military alliances may lead to a situation of war, and war of systemic nature is not conducive for India to pursue its immediate goals, which were primarily related with development, right? So that is basically the context of non-alignment. And then you would see that this choice of non-alignment reflected in the membership of groupings like NAM, non-aligned movement. All right, so non-alignment is a policy choice. Membership of non-aligned movement is one of the implications of this policy choice. The root of it was the need for foreign policy independence. It is argued, for example, prominently by scholars like C. Raja Mohan, that India's non-alignment had become outmoded, specifically at the end of the Cold War, because the world was no longer divided in military camps, and in the name of non-alignment, membership of non-aligned movement was not very productive for India. So India needed to chart a newer course. So in the 1990s, as scholars like C. Raja Mohan have acknowledged, recognized that India adopts a more pragmatic approach to its foreign policy. And as a result of it, the terms like strategic autonomy emerges as a buzzword in India's foreign policy, that one of the aims of India's foreign policy is to safeguard its strategic autonomy. Strategic autonomy is the ability to take relatively independent decisions on the matters of national interest. And while the way of safeguarding freedom of choices or independence of choices during Cold War was non-alignment, in the new era after the end of Cold War, pursuit of strategic autonomy was best governed by adoption of multi-alignment. Multi-alignment means pursuing simultaneously closer relations, good relations with all major power centers. So the choice of multi-alignment is a logical progression of the transition in India's foreign policy priorities in the 1990s, and also the changes in external milieu, where the Cold War milieu was governed by alliance politics. The post-Cold War period was much more diffused, with the prospects of a multipolar order arising. And in this context, both the external milieu and India's national interest made the choice of multi-alignment a conducive choice. And that's what Ambassador Shyam Saran also argues. That's what S. Jaishankar also argues. That's what Harsh V. Pant also argues, that it's a reflection of the pragmatism in India's foreign policy, and this is the best way to safeguard India's relations. Now, apart from multi-alignment, Suhasini Haidar has used terms like all alignment, that not only with all major power centers, but India seeks simultaneously to develop good relations with all the relevant actors in international relations. And this is something that has also been defined as NAM 2.0, non-alignment 2.0. All right. So ultimately, non-alignment as well as multi-alignment are about safeguarding the independence of foreign policy making, and both of them are products of and contingent upon the prevailing circumstances. And without a doubt, currently multi-alignment remains a preferred choice for India, and as S. Jaishankar in his book India Way has argued, this is a game best played on the front foot. So in more recent times, meaning if you want to talk about the recent times of the last one decade, you can say that India's multi-alignment has been accompanied by a greater confidence and assertion on the international stage, right? But then it is not about rejecting non-alignment and saying that multi-alignment is completely different. You have to understand that ultimately there has been a continuous quest for independence of decision making. Non-alignment was a choice in the Cold War period. Multi-alignment is a choice in the post-Cold War period, right? And as this quote also in this question, this expresses also the same idea, right? So with this, we have come to an end to the discussion of paper 2 PSIR optional in Civil Service Main Examination 2024. Hopefully, this discussion was helpful in you ascertaining your way of preparation. But the idea is very simple, that simplify your sources of understanding, bridge in the gaps in the sources of your understanding by analyzing the syllabus and the previous year's questions. And every year in the cycle that you are preparing, be regular with current affairs sources, mainly the newspapers, the cheapest source or any other current affairs source that you are choosing, and take a broader view of current affairs. So as I said, maybe 2 years of any relation or developments in 2 years in any relation can also be considered to be relevant. So these can be the major learnings. By and large, paper was on the predictable traditional lines, mainly one question which was an outlier. This would be all. Thank you very much and all the best.